Good evening, everybody. Happy Thursday. Quest7. Hello, Info Demon Fegus Tiny. Welcome, Jazz. Hello, Professor Albatra, Sin, Neuro, Fox. Hello, Mean Millions, Vic, Macca's, Drum, Wallach. Hello, G-Tamp. Hello, Rokus. Hello, Blue High. MDA, welcome. Reba, well done. Hello. Richard, what's poppin'? Not that much. Not that much. Wait, hold on. Pixel's got her hands on my. I don't know what it is. It's a toy. It's just a sus sounding toy. It's fine. It's fine. You almost have a quarter sleeve. Nice. Hi, making toast. Hi, Clunt. It is Max night tonight. Thank goodness. We are so deserving of a Max night. Chat, I dressed for the times in which we live. Like my husband is being drafted to go to war. I'm joking. The pasta wasn't. No. My pasta was great. Hold on. I took a photo. I can post it in Discord. You've been hosting parties. Please witness my pasta in Discord if you so enjoy. Hello, Casual Cupcake. Nice hairdo. Yes, my hair is up because I couldn't be bothered washing it. Thanks for noticing. Yeah, we're in Abdu territory. Why are we in Abdu territory? Well, we all know the ceasefire is not real, right? We all know that. Abdu, pearls. I know. I'm dressing as if I'm gonna have to write handwritten letters to somebody drafted to war, even though, you know, it's only 18 to 25, which is probably out of my desirable age range, but, you know. But the defensive AI project is a go at least. Great. 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 Ooh. Oh, Vic, that's a bit scary. Oh, darling. Get it out. It's always like one at the start of stream. Just, it's so... I worry that she does it for attention. So I don't ignore her because I'm a bitch. I ignore her because I think it's better for her. But we'll see. Is Turkish pasta a new invention? No, it's just like a really... It's like a deconstructed menti dish, basically. That's a bit scary though, Vic. The massive hack in China is pretty wild. We'll get to it. We might go through the news a little bit tonight, perhaps. Hi Punky though, welcome. My dog and I have actually had a relatively normal day, so hopefully she just settles quite quickly. Would be nice. You have a crazy shape of pasta in your fridge right now? What is the crazy shape? I had spirals. One more day of work before another 4-day weekend and boats. Oh, you've got a lot to look forward to then, Tiny. That's delightful. Well, taking out the trash is more than nothing, Punky. I doubt anybody will join me for live boats, but that's okay. Are they at a weird time, Tiny? I'm used to them because they do artillery school there, but sometimes they do other things. Today was an extended period of bigger booms. My best guess would be planes dropping bombs. Gosh, that's so scary. Oh, it's 4 a.m. Damn. Only one kind of draft in your utopia, right? That's right, Magic the Gathering. Correct. Correct. Giggly pasta? Oh, what a unique shape. Oh yeah, that looks fun. Oh, yeah. Oh, that looks like such. Oh, I don't think I've had that kind of pasta before. It's like the edges of lasagna sheets almost. Oh, yeah. I could get around that. Delightful. Yeah, I see it. Small piece of Schadenfreude for Aussies. Looks like Brucey finally exhausted all of his appeals. We might finally not ever have to hear about him again. Oh, that'd be nice, but we'll see. I don't like counting any of my chickens before they hatch these days. Speaking of pasta, I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. Counting chickens, I don't even afford eggs. Who can afford eggs at the moment? Actually, I was so proud of myself today because I made that Turkish pasta out of everything that I already had in my house and I had every ingredient. I actually didn't buy groceries this week. I've just been eating what's in my house, and which is probably not smart considering the state of the world. I probably should just keep buying groceries, but I've just done so well as an ingredient girly. The only thing I had to buy was all the stuff for the salad that I made for people yesterday. But even then, that's fine. Everything else I've cooked out of. So still no coffee, still no coffee. That was such a weird fucking noise. Interesting. Congrats on a 10 streak, Aaron. It's the ghost of coffee future. Maybe it is. Who knows? It stormed here today. The thunder was wild. Like little blips of lightning, but then the thunder lasted ages. It was like it was a real rolling thunder. Like it wasn't like a crack. It was just wow. Yeah, it was a real rolling thunder. Oh, you're about to get a fourth major storm this year? Full weather alert for the North Island? Is battening down the hatches kind? I don't even know what thunder snow is. What's thunder snow? I mean, let's be honest. We're all going to experience more extreme weather events, especially because everyone's bombing everyone. Do you know what that would be doing to the climate? Like, anytime I watch a news article about bombs going off in whatever given fucking location, I'm like, and paper straws. Like, I'll use the paper straws for the turtles, you know, for sure. But it's just one set of rules. It just bothers me so much. I mean, it's not just the bombs anymore, but what they're bombing, oil. I mean, that it's runaway climate change, but maybe we should ignore that. Next summer is probably going to be bad. I mean, the weather for the rest of our lives might be bad. We'll have good days and bad days. We might just have a few more bad days, that's all. That's okay. It's such a weird time to be alive because we just have no idea. And I mean, I guess as humans, we've never had any idea, right? Like the world can change overnight at any given point, but it's weird to be this cognizant of it, I guess. Because it feels like it's every day. And you don't really, it's hard to find solid ground and it's hard to find something to hold on to, I suppose. At least that's how it feels for me. I do have a beach umbrella. It's not a great one, but I do have a little beach umbrella. Because I'm pale, I can't go to the beach without one. Don't forget about Earth Hour. Turn all your shit off for 1 hour a year because if you don't, it means you hate the environment. Yeah, you're a bad person. You're a bad person. I mean, I literally had to put the air conditioning on right now because otherwise Pixel will not settle. And I don't... No. I literally just took her for a walk, so it's none of that. Do you want to hop up? You want to say hello to everyone? You can. Oh, that's okay. You get the cough out. That's fine. This is a full-blown house deposit, so...
Thanks at Captain Thomas. It's so nice to be able to hang out without ads. Even if it's only for a little while.
It's Ron, 44 months. This is a full-blown house deposit, so...
What would be worse, apocalyptic summer or winter in your opinion?
Both are equally bad, Iris. Thank you for the 52 months. Pixel's a little funny about the storm. It definitely could be about that. Yeah, but, I mean, Wallach, what about Lebanon? Hey. What's your plan here, Dal? Oh. See, that's so uncomfortable for me. It's fine. As if I would ever have any needs. She does. We were just cuddling on the couch, so I doubt she's very pleased with this new arrangement. And yes, that is definitely part of the problem. Vox, I'm just not surprised. Obviously, Israel is not happy, so Donald let them be the baddies for a few more days. Once the peace talks happen, Iran won't go without Lebanon. I mean, if the peace talks happen. I saw that the Vatican are no longer letting Pope Leo travel to America for the foreseeable future. Yeah, the whole shit with the Catholic Church is all a bit interesting, isn't it? I haven't looked into it super deeply yet, but certainly sounds like Trump never actually had an agreement on anything, even in principle. So he declared agreement reached, just like he randomly declares victory and hoped everybody else would play along, which Iran did to a short extent on their literal terms, which included stopping all fronts. We'll see if it holds. I just don't think it's going to hold. Oh, that's great, Destron. The goodish sign is giving your hair a purple glow. Maybe my hair just glows purple. It's not. It's already breaking. Well, that's what I mean. And also, I've seen heaps of coverage of Telegram reports suggesting there are still more people being shipped to the area. So I think this is just, you know, we're just here watching on. Nothing else to be done. I'm so fucking done with the Australian government. Yeah, that's valid. Hey, Ruggers. Now Trump is going after the Pope. Trump is right now backed into a corner like a rabid fucking dog. Like truly. He just, I've never seen a better example of absolute power corrupts absolutely. And I really feel like he got drunk off a couple of easy, powerful wins, and he has the attitude of wanting to be all powerful at any cost. And it does not matter to him. He is also old. Like, wait, that kind of assumes that Trump was ever a decent guy. No, I don't think Trump was ever a decent guy. Trump was always obsessed with power from the get-go, but in different aquariums. And right now, the aquarium has gotten to the point where the aquarium is the globe, right? He was always obsessed with power within business, within his relationships, within, you know, smaller spheres of influence. But right now, it's something else entirely. It's the globe. Yeah, Rokus, it's like, I just want to be remembered for whatever. Doesn't really matter what. Infamy, doesn't matter. I can't concentrate until my dog figures her shit out. Hop down, Dal. She's too hot sitting on me, so. No, but it is Vox. I mean, that's what it is. You can always corrupt a bad person into worse, and I do think that is basically what's happened. Pixel, are you still hungry? Are you still hungry? Is that what it is? You're hungry? You can have more food. She's had 2 dinners already. Yeah, well, this is what we're about to talk about, Tiny. If it's not the food, I don't know what it is. We'll have to figure it out. But yes, automatic registration of men potentially eligible for the military draft will take effect by December, according to the government agency that maintains a database of who could be called up. And yeah, they're using AI to automatically register everybody now. So, yeah. In my utopia, there is no draft, okay? I've always thought it was bullshit, but it didn't affect me personally, so I didn't think about it. Yeah, well, there was selective service where basically you had some time to register, if that's right, Vox. But now it's everybody gets automatically registered. The 30 days, you have 30 days. It was 30 days after you turned 18, I'm pretty sure. I registered way back when, so technically I'm already on the hook for the draft, so that's fun. I think, I mean, it's only 18 to 25, right, though, Rokus? It was register or you don't get elder care benefits. Cool. Not that that's much anyway. Yeah, because America. Just America things. Hi, Calidus. Oh, I would never draft everyone. Didn't they expand those technical draft guidelines to the age of 42, or was that recruiting in general? I don't know. If we have a link, I'm willing to have a look through it. Hold on. Let me just... We can go through the news today just a little bit because I didn't really have time. Lol. Oh, that's interesting. I wouldn't mind reading that analysis in a second. God, I tell ya, reading the front page of the news these days is actually just
I'm glad to have been drafted to the selective service. Being called to give $5 to a fabulous person on the internet is a wonderful duty.
No one's drafted here. Also, hi Sid. You wouldn't need to draft us because we'd go willingly, Queen. Oh, stop. And see, but that's what you want, right? Because when you draft people, imagine morale. I kind of actually want to start with the analysis. I just want to skim it. Hold on. Here, you guys can look it up with me. Trump may be using Nixon's madman theory and similar infamy may await. No fucking shit. Nixon's Vietnam strategy appears at play in Trump's Iran threats, but he may want to ponder the ex-president's fate. I don't think he cares because he's so old. He's like, oh, I'm going to die soon anyway. Donald Trump has made no secret of his admiration for Richard Nixon, Watergate, and leaving office in disgrace be damned. But the president has taken his tribute act to new levels in threatening... Oh, she's just getting into bed. But the president has taken his tribute act to new levels in threatening to erase Iran as a civilization, only to step back from the brink when Tehran regime agreed at a price to reopen. Yeah, but it's not holding. The template is Nixon's madman theory of diplomatic engagement, shorthand for prompting your adversaries to doubt your sanity and mental stability to the point where they're intimidated into otherwise unlikely concessions. I mean, but it's by the book. Also, hi, Bacchus. Like, that is what it looks like from the outside, especially when he's tweeting, like, end of civilization. Nixon expounded on the idea to his future White House chief of staff, Bob Haldeman, in the incongruous setting of a walk on the beach beside the Pacific Ocean in 1968 before he was elected president, suggesting it might end the war in Vietnam. I call it the madman theory, Bob, he told Haldeman, as recounted by Anthony Summers in The Arrogance of Power, published in 2000. I want the North Vietnamese to believe I've reached the point where I might do anything to stop the war. We'll just slip the word to them that, for God's sake, you know Nixon's obsessed about communists. We can't restrain him when he's angry. And he has his hand on the nuclear button. I mean, that is exactly what's going on. I mean, I don't even think this is analysis. Like, this is just obvious. Right? Did you see Hassan cooking your entire continent today? No. What did he do? What did he say? What did we do this time? I mean, we do stuff, but what did we do this time? Hey, Slouch Lord, by the way. Anybody else who's just joining us? Hey, Broadside. Who cares? Was it just his extended accent spiel? I don't think it was that bad. I'm sure it wasn't that bad. Like, Australia is kind of shitty, and we've done some really shitty stuff, but we aren't the biggest problem at the moment. Oh, there was an Australian lady going off at him, and he just started hitting the Aussie accent. Right. It's what. Do we hate Hassan now? Look, we do not hate Hassan. I think Hassan is going to be pushed into politics. I think he might be the only person that manages to energize enough youth to actually do something. I don't think he's a perfect person. No one is. But the clips I've seen recently of him is interesting. No, I don't think Hassan wants to be a politician. I don't think he does. No. But I think he might be pushed that way, potentially. Oh, God. I mean, I've got the air conditioning on. I think she might just be hot and uncomfortable, even though it's not really hot. Look, I have some critiques of Hassan, but none of them important enough at this moment in time. I don't think he's particularly feminist. but his work for class solidarity is good enough, I guess. And I don't know. We just expect a lot of people and a lot of creators when that energy should be directed towards, I don't know, government officials, people in charge of AI. Is she starting to adjust to daylight savings? Maybe. I think it's more likely the storm today and just she's out of sorts. I'm not actually sure. If Hassan got into politics as an advisor consultant, he could boost a lot of new candidates. I mean, that's what he does anyway. Truly, that's what he does anyway. Yeah, I agree, Peanuts. I think young men actually hate Democrats even more now than 2 years ago. I agree. I mean, Democrats are fucking impotent. They can't do anything. They've been absolutely useless. Hi, estrogen male. That's very true. I was talking to my friend about why so many sociopathic people are drawn to leadership and also why good people burn out, and it has a lot to do with how much we put on them. Just being in the public presence is brutal. No, Pixel. I might play with her for 5 minutes. Maybe we do just some doggy time. Just her. I don't know what's wrong with her, so I have to try everything. Come on. What are we gonna get? You gonna go for it? Mine. This is her lobster, yes. What's going on? Would you like doggy massage? Is it the change in weather? Does it hurt? Does something hurt? Aw. I might give her her puffer. Hold on, guys. I'll be back. Peanuts isn't a troll. Peanuts isn't a troll, ATR. I think that was maybe a little bit more sarcasm than anything. And I think a lot of people understand bell hooks on intersectionality. I've talked about it a lot here, Simone de Beauvoir. Like, yeah, I think it's just a miscommunication that I'm seeing there, more than anything. I think Judith Butler is interesting. I think the second sex is interesting, second wave feminism. I'm pretty sure, isn't Judith Butler the one that talks about like any sort of penetration being rape as well, right? So you know, you kind of have to, there are philosophies to understand. I think applying intersectionality to today's, I don't know the right word. I want to use the word Anthropocene. I don't even know if I'm using it in the right context. But I think it can be, it's very difficult now because there is such a wide range of varied expressions. No, everybody knows you weren't suggesting that as well. She has maybe settled a little bit, but only on the floor. I've given her her puffer and some codeine because I think she's going to need that for a few days. I don't know if it's the weather changes or if she's unhappy about her food. I feel like, I just to be real, I feel like I'm sometimes maybe like the food, it's like a bad batch and she doesn't want it. Like there's something in there that she smells and she doesn't want. And then like it just annoys her a little bit, maybe. I don't watch other people's streams. I don't ever do that, Jess, but thank you. Hi Minecraft, welcome. Yeah, I don't do the react to other streamer content. Very possible if it's prepared in small batches. Yeah, sometimes I think there's just the occasional dodgy one that she doesn't like. I was trying to say like I don't want someone who doesn't even see the problem learning stuff like Fox go out in the world first. It's a mix. I just don't think it's helpful, right, to sit down and be like, go read theory. It's never helpful. You're always gonna get a lot further if you have interesting conversations with people and then they end up directing themselves to theory. But I agree with Vox in I do think that most of your political understanding comes through living your life and exploring, you know, Zayon, I've been pretty good actually. But I think there's a certain amount of thinking that you can do, but you are going to get a lot further through engaging in the world. It's why, and then again, it's fucked because travel is one of the biggest privileges and maybe one of the most important exposures you can have for your political understanding. Just even witnessing people living a different life to you, eating different food, the way they prioritize their families differently, all of that, it just starts the questioning of what is right and what is good. And if you can see multiple examples of good and peace, then you start questioning your own beliefs. And I think once you start questioning your own beliefs, you've done, you know, half the battle. And then hopefully you just don't fall down an alt-right pipeline. Your gateway was foreign films? See, my gateway was musicals. Right? Musicals, being around queer people, understanding that people could live different lives. Like, that was definitely my gateway. Hi, Fozzie. Really good. I cooked today. I made Turkish, like a Turkish pasta thing. It was really yummy. I've got leftovers as well, so that'll be nice. But I just don't. Reading theory on your own is a skill and kind of hard. Like when I'm reading theory on my own at the moment, it requires me sometimes reading a single page 3 times. Like yeah, it's like a deconstructed Menti, Fozzie. But most people do not have a political education, and most people aren't going to be willing to delve that deeply into a political education, just full stop. What resources would you all suggest? You know, you can direct people to like YouTube videos to start off with, especially some of the funnier political ones, I think is a good start. But I think truly the best thing you can do for a person's politics is to get them to understand class consciousness. So if you can talk to somebody about their life and get them to be able to perceive the ways in which they are not part of the billionaire class, and that upholding certain social structures is both bad for them as well, I think that is the best chance that you have of encouraging somebody to be involved politically. I got to travel a lot as a kid. It's good to see what's right isn't always what I'm familiar with based on people I encounter at home and their values. Well, and this sticks for everything that you experience in your life. You don't know what you don't know. Like, there are certain ways that people live that you will never know because you don't know that you don't know. You can know that there's a lot you don't know, but sometimes you don't even know where to go looking. Did you make it to midnight for your late night stream? No, Moshinima. I got home last night. I got glutened last night, I think, and I was in bed by 10:30. I lasted an hour on stream. Wait, ATR, what are you looking to? Are you looking to suggest resources to people, or are you looking for resources for yourself? I'm sorry, I missed what we're looking for here. Maybe you shouldn't eat gluten then. Genius. Tasty. Thank you for your help. Oh, someone asked for literature? Wait, so Peanuts, you are asking for literature specifically because you want to read literature? Like if you're asking for it? No, you didn't fall for a trap. If Peanuts, if you're asking for literature, then you're fine. Hi, Louie. Then obviously, if somebody is asking for literature, absolutely suggest literature. Someone brought it up and I was wondering what they would suggest. Wait, so what was the fucking big deal then? Why are we even having this conversation? What happened? If somebody if somebody asks for literature, given the literature, you kind of have to learn basic philosophy first, though. So I would just find like a basic philosophers. Most of them are white men, and you kind of go from there, and then you spread out into feminist literature, or or like me, you end up all the way to Rosie Braidotti and the other, you know, Dolores Spinoza. Who are even good political, philosophical YouTubers these days? Look, you can still recommend like Contra and Philosophy Tube. Because I do think they do a relatively entertaining job of breaking down certain philosophical concepts. But I love what's her name? But it's she's not really philosophy as much as she is kind of like applied philosophy. Shanspeare. I love Shanspeare. You're welcome for your Rosie Braidotti addiction. Yeah, it's a good one. Oh my god, there's a 40-minute video called Sabrina Carpenter's Glamorous World of Heteropessimism. What a great idea for a video. I want to watch that so bad. Add to the list. Heteropessimism is such a fun phrase. It's an interesting one, isn't it? It was my colleague mentioning necropolitics that led to that first rabbit hole, I think. I mean, necropolitics is wild. You just found Shan with that exact vid? Really? I have a hard time with philosophy. I like historians because I feel better knowing how things came to be and be understood. Philosophy can be a little bit of a hole unless you are prepared to use it to frame your thinking and not to give yourself existential crisis over existential crisis, right? Because the reality is there is a lack of answers when it comes to philosophy, but examining your own thought patterns and thinking is incredibly popular. I mean, not popular, incredibly important for your examination of history, right? Because one of the most important things you do when you look at history, even when you are examining particular historians, is you look at history through different lenses. You know, the lens of the time, you know, a retrospective lens. I mean, Judith Butler is important reading for context on second wave feminism, for sure, right? And understanding that in almost every example in the world, examples are written for and by men, and that you, in a lot of ways, you perform being a woman. It can make you a little bitter. It's really interesting how when you read a particular or you look at a little bit of philosophy, and if you stop there, you could really sit in it and it can make you not the happiest version of yourself. I don't mean to discount their whole body of work, but Contra doesn't put out regular content, so I don't know if there's consistent and timely topical releases if someone is trying to build class consciousness or interpret events of the day. No, that's different. That's more like Contra is more looking at specific philosophers within an example. Anita, my thoughts aren't that deep though. I exist at quite a surface level of philosophy, believe it or not. I would like to go deeper, but most people know I exist at quite a surface level. I know all the words and I remember a decent amount of theories and I have watched a decent amount of analysis, but you know, I still float along the surface somewhat. And I'm okay with that. I don't even think it's libbed up, Louis. It's bitterness at the left. It's not even libbed up. It is an endless frustration at the left. And I don't know what ever happened between her and Philosophy Tube. But I can't imagine it was great. It's also kind of why I don't really watch neither of them anymore a little bit, but what we all know is it's incredibly hard to sit here with progressive beliefs and then be endlessly and deeply frustrated with how it plays out in real time, especially online. Because it is endless infighting over minute details that will, and I just, even when I started doing political videos on TikTok, I got cancelled by somebody that I was in a lose-lose situation with. I could not even defend myself because of the identity politics involved. And that's when you realize that there are certain parts of conversations that you can't have when you are dealing with, and please keep, I'm not a bitter old leftist here, but when you're dealing with young and hungry new leftists, boy, oh boy. It's rough. It's rough. Vox, I think it's most of the time people trying to solidify their own understanding of things. I don't think liberals are I mean, liberals are somewhat left, but not really. I just think that if your anger or frustration over infighting or disorganization turns into resenting or massaging neoliberalism, I doubt how involved you were in anti-capitalism to an extent. I mean, probably not, right? I think, I don't know, it's hard to make judgments on other people and their processes, right? But yeah. Like you kind of have to acknowledge within yourself which parts of progressivism for you are self-serving and which are the parts that you are actually embodying. Because sometimes I sit here and I know theoretically a lot of people in this chat are extremely left, very progressive. And then there are sometimes I think, you know, you sit here and there half of you do not embody the qualities, maybe. Some of you do. Some of you come in here and talk about the praxis that you are experiencing. And I get that it looks different to everybody. But it's the same as if people have theoretical politics and then you have your politics in practice. And I'm very interested in seeing what people's politics in practice look like. Left and right are comfortable ways to like put people in boxes. Nobody has politics that are that well defined, in like that easy to define. One day I sat down and I was like, what are the things that are important to me? Where do they sit? And how do I enact them? And some of my politics are still self-serving as fuck. Some of Hassan's are as well. Some of every political creators are. Should say, like, some of the shit that goes on behind the scenes is some of the most self-serving fucking bullshit I've ever seen in my life. They wouldn't have taken anti-cap. Guys, capitalism is crumbling. I need to be very clear. Capitalism will not hold. Something else will exist. I would like to think it's something community-based where we all work together, but it is very hard to picture. Capitalism will out-survive our species? No, it fucking won't. It literally just won't. I mean, unless we nuke each other in like the next little while, which, you know, again, is a possibility. With a sample size of one, I talked with someone who was very stubborn in their beliefs, lying about what they did or didn't say. And the one thing that got through to them was framing my argument as a way, the only way to disagree with me would be for them to empathize with their enemy. They were a lot more willing to infight than to out-empathize. The method where a streamer has a castle and the workers maintain it and feed the cult boss. Hey, every great streamer has a problematic ego, alright? I'm no different. Alright, I've got my pearls on tonight. You have to respect me. I'm so funny. You can be angry at any creator when their politics shift, right? Do you know how many people left this stream as soon as I became outspokenly progressive? I had long-time viewers that just left, and that's fine. Hi, Vegeta. Yeah, but it's not even that. Some of them were interested in politics. Some people just didn't want to listen to me talk politics. I reserve the right to leave if you become a crypto bro. That seems very unlikely. When did you come out as progressive? I mean, I've never really come out as progressive. Like, being a progressive to me doesn't even need a label because it is that fucking simple. Like, do you know what I mean? It's so embodied in every area of my life that I don't know. Being gay is cool. Being trans is cool. Free education would be cool. Access to healthcare is cool. You know, distribution of wealth is cool.
I saw someone online say they were losing hope. I said, don't give up. Are you a leftist? They said yes. I said, me too. Socialist or anarchist? They said socialist. I said, me too. Marxist or democratic socialist? They said Marxist. I said, me too. Orthodox or revisionist? They said orthodox. I said, me too. Trotskyist or Maoist? They said Trotskyist. I said, me too. Fourth International or Posadist? They said Fourth International. So I said, me too. Pre-split or post-split? They said post-split. I said, me too. Do you support critical support for existing socialist states? They said always. I asked, me too. Do you support streamers wearing pearls? They said, yes. I blocked and reported them. They'll clearly never get me strong enough in bed. It's so hard to find people who are as leftist as me.
Obviously there are Magic the Gathering drafts in my Utopia, Tazzy, don't worry. Just no war draft. Okay? Just no war draft. Tasty. That was very funny. I mean, that is just the point that I was making, right? I've had a few run-ins, though I must have said something pretty bad, but I forgot, went back through VODs only to find where they went off at me and was like, that was it. I was my usual annoying self and that was the final straw. Look, sometimes there are final straws. I've definitely done it. It can really depend on what kind of mood you're in as a streamer as well. Like, someone can have pushed your buttons so many times. You can have laid down so many boundaries and you can just be fucking sick of it.
Do we call you Pearl now?
Please no. Please fucking no.
This is a
Lol.
full-blown house deposit, so...
Smix a lobster, smix a
Richard,
lobster, smix a
thank you
lobster.
for the 14 months. Which is fair, it's jarring, but I generally just leave it alone at this point. Yeah, for sure, right? I think you can just... It's... When you're talking online like this, it is very hard because a lot of the time there is no tone. And being someone who has been here for a long time, I have gotten pretty good at like discounting tone or attempting to reread sometimes. but it doesn't really work that way for everybody. Like, I understand why Hassan goes the fuck off at the occasional chatter. It can be just an extremely frustrating thing to be whataboutismed over and over again. Peanuts. Yeah, I didn't know what happened there. I was like, Peanuts isn't a troll. I swear. Well, you're a little bit of a troll, but like not like a super problematic one. I save my sarcasm until I have had enough of a presence in chat. Yeah. I just refuse to sit here and critique online creators over and over again. It's so stupid. I get it. It's great for clicks. It feels good. It's also stupid. Does it affect everything? Maybe. Sure does. But it's also stupid and I hate it. And it bothers me so much consistently. Also, I will always sit on the cusp of liberal to progressive because I do think, and whether or not you agree with me or not, I do think that that is my most effective entry point to political conversation based on how I look, how I talk, and the group of people who are willing to listen to me. I don't need to preach to a choir. And I think sometimes that makes people judge you. And I don't give a fuck anymore. I don't know what that means. Well, if you think about me as a person and the kind of people who are willing to listen to me or someone who looks like me, right? It's not going to be super young men. I am at the start of a pipeline. Sin. And I think for some people, they think that that means my political beliefs are a certain thing, when maybe they're not. I think you make engaging with politics feel safe. Oh, that's really nice of you to say. I think some people just think that I don't have a foundation, whereas I do have a foundation, but consider it like there's the foundation and then there's the way honestly, I'm picturing like a Magic the Gathering tree, right? And where my content sits is across the top of the branches that lead to the foundation, if that makes sense. And I give people a blue entry point, a red entry point, a green entry point, a black entry point, and a white entry point. And then they can traverse the branches down to the ground if they want to. Also in here I'm obnoxious, but that also comes with full awareness of where boundaries are, because every time I worry about that, I just have literally asked about it. Being sassy and doing banter takes effort, apparently. What do the colors mean? Oh, MTG, never mind. Well, yeah, but also, Magic the Gathering is political. I could go on about this for so long. I could go on about this for so long, right? Because each color in Magic the Gathering has specific traits about it. And when you are playing Magic the Gathering, it is almost like you are reenacting politics across the table. And in Commander, you are almost enacting geopolitics. You are doing negotiation, you are dealing with different forces, you have there's certain privileges that are associated with a certain deck that you sit down with. And one of the things that I love most about Magic the Gathering is it is quite a safe place to kind of explore ideas of interconnectivity. And I don't know. I could go on and on and on. While learning Magic the Gathering is quite difficult because it's quite a big learning curve, but you just have to start at the basics. Get a few jumpstart decks and get the list of turns kind of on each turn out, and then go from there. You've somehow made it more confusing for me, but also I have a lot of respect for you and your content, so whatever. What have I made more confusing, Zap? Politics? Evan, but you exist in a world where you know more words than most people. So I could sit here and improve my language and my specifically defined terms. But I, again, am speaking to people at an access point that is accessible, right? So somebody like Joe probably has a more cohesive terminology with someone like you. Even though Joe and I communicate effortlessly. Tasty. Hey, Swakey. I think most of the time I do a pretty good job of explaining myself. Like today, I feel dumb though. I don't know if I have a single thought floating around in my head today. Some days I feel like the information in my head flows out quite naturally, and then other days it feels like pulling teeth. Did this happen when you put on the pearls? Yes, but I put on the pearls because I'm cosplaying a time in which we drafted the men and sent them to war. Which is potentially right now. Sigh. Hi, optimistic futurist. We still do. I know. That's the point. That's my funny little cosplay. Duh. I'm not good at memes though, Tasty. I'm not funny enough for a meme war. Yesterday was exhausting and I didn't realize how much till I woke up this morning. I got up and took my dog for a WALK this morning, came home, took off all my clothes, got back into bed. Spent another 2 hours in bed. I'm not even kidding. I was like, it's just not happening today. Immediately no. Back into bed. I know. Oh, she has had many Ultimate D-Man. Goated morning, got to be top 5 kind of mornings. I could think of a better morning. Alas, the morning I want is probably not available to me. So... My 9-year-old won't let, and yes, that is the privilege that I have, optimistic futurist. No 9-year-old. At least Pixel will wake me up. Oh, Sundry.
Sundry_clowncar 295 gifted a tier 1 sub to Life with
Thank you
Aussies.
so much for the gifted sub. You're my new favorite chatter. But yes, at least my little doggy Woggy will let me go back to sleep after I WALK her. I start all my mornings with a man that makes coffee for me, and yes, that still counts if I'm the man. Must be fucking nice. I can't give a duck. I think, Zap, did I just make your understanding of politics a little bit more murky? Because politics are murky, right? The clear definitions that people want within politics don't necessarily exist. Yes, you have to label things in order to have constructive conversations, but the boundaries that people think exist don't always hold. I did not start my day with an energy drink, and I didn't even start it with a coffee. And now just thinking about that, the fact that I have gone, 2 days without coffee now? I hate it. I hate it. I hate it for me. It feels so wrong. In fact, do I have any Coke Zero left in the fridge? No, I didn't buy coffee beans. I didn't. I would have such a headache. I don't have a headache, thank goodness. I think that might be the Coke Zero though. It's like I'm microdosing just a little bit of caffeine to get away. I promised myself I wouldn't have any fun drinks until I had a whole glass of water. But I'm nearing the bottom, and then I'm gonna have all my fun drinks. Sometimes I go to bed early because I get excited about having a coffee in the morning. Oh, we've all been there. What do you mean? We've all been there. I mean, look, there are parts of the Iranian regimes that are still kind of horrific. I can't give a duck. Just so you know. But I think one of my hottest takes is that if society does regress from progressive Western values, I do think that there's a chance women would be treated better under the Quran than under Christianity or just a secular society. That's probably it. It's not well. I don't think women are treated well, but it would be better in some cases. I think that's probably one of my hottest takes that I've been thinking about recently. Zap, it's probably me more talking about myself, I guess, and the way that I picture, like if somebody comes into my stream, right, there is a very short list of people who are willing to listen to me. That's just the reality. 1, I'm a woman. 2, I'm an Australian woman. 3, I'm a... Uh-oh. think they've gone inside? I swear to God. Anyway, my living situation is so cool and so fun. I understand that. Can't give a duck. Yeah, getting a visa for lawn in Australia is really difficult. Believe it or not. Oh, kind of hot in these rhinos after my interactions with the man. I am not of the fortitude to be able to intervene. I'm suddenly struck that I don't like the Aussie accent that much, but listening to stream is a treat. Also, there's music today. Because I started adding music again. Mainly because I like it. And I didn't know if people were playing their own music, and sitting in silence sucks. And I have only a few thoughts, and sometimes there are moments of silence. And, you know, you should all have a nice little bit of jazz in the background for the vibes. It feels like a fancy hotel lobby restaurant. Thank you. I do keep it quite quiet, so it's not too overpowering, shall we say. I don't even know, what does it sound like right now? No, I like this. Nah, I like this. Forlorn, really holding YouTube all on your own. Well, now my headset's on. I dissociated. Dissociated. Disassociated. Dissociated. This whole stream is my vibe. It's weird to nail it this perfect, but here we are. Well, what can I say? The world is an interesting place. Hi, Blue. What you don't know, chat, is most of the time I'm sitting here, I'm just thinking about Taylor Swift songs and 1975 songs and which ones were written for the other and all the comparisons that exist. All right? So I know you think I'm deep and interesting and political and philosophical, but I'm not. Okay? I care about a couple of things. Where the planets are at the moment, and which songs have I not discovered about Maddie Healy yet. It's okay, all I think about is the Roman Empire, the aqueducts. Oh my god, I'm thinking about the Anne Hathaway gay singer movie being inspired off the Rep Tour. I know. So one of my friends today, Blue, messaged me about that. And she's like, we have to go see it as soon as it comes out. And I'm like, I'm right there with you. Because obviously the whole movie is inspired by Taylor Swift and it's Anne Hathaway. So it's going to be interesting. The days you stop talking about Taylor Swift is the day we start to be concerned. Anne is such a queen. She has had the most perfect amount of plastic surgery where she just looks like herself. It's so impressive. Do you know what I mean? She has just remained so consistently beautiful over her whole life. It's actually fucked. The current ultra thin trend is directly correlated with conservative ideology, by the way. I'm trying really hard not to fall for it. It's hard though, as a woman. It's pretty hard. Oh, I hated that. I hit my hand on the desk. It's fine. I just wanted to swap legs. But my pant was stuck and never mind. It's too hard to explain. I'm fine. It's fine. Everything is fine. It's fine. Don't even worry about it, guys. Don't worry about it. It's fine. God, can't think of any way someone could make me feel better. It's fine though. Don't worry about it. It's fine. I'm so fine. It's fine. You pulled up and slipped, and yeah, I did. That is exactly what happened. Yeah, remember when I used to keep hitting my leg on the bed all the time in my old apartment? I literally just had a constant bruise here from just walking into my bed all the time. Truly, it was fucked. Static. Wow, I feel so much better. My hand is healed. Gosh, the other thing I love about this stream is how you never manipulate chat. I only ever do it obviously though, right? I feel like if the manipulation is obvious, that's much better than being like, oh my god, I love you. Oh my god, maybe one day I'll be your girlfriend. Oh my god, boyfriend applications. Oh my god, you're so funny. Do you know what I mean? So I'd rather just be like, God, I hate money. I really hope nobody gives me any. Ugh, yuck. I felt that in my throat, not the physical recoil. What do you want from me? All right. You get that in an Irish accent. I need a shower after that. Wow, I'm really good at acting. Thanks, guys. I haven't seen it in full yet, Blue. I haven't had a minute. But, God, okay, wait, hold on. Let's watch Max, because I kind of also want to watch Shanspeare.
Of all the founding fathers, I think Benjamin Franklin has to be one of the coolest. He was witty, he was wise, he was quite the flirt, and one time he even tried to electrocute a turkey. And he also liked to eat, and his Parmesan cheese was one of his favorites. I am making Dr. Franklin an 18th century recipe for anchovies with Parmesan cheese. So thank you to Saley Easim for sponsoring this video as we eat like Benjamin Franklin. This time on Tasting History. With this year being the semi-quincentennial, that is 250th anniversary of the United States of America, I figured...
Uh-oh. You know what they say happens every 250 years, chat. If you don't know what they say, you don't need to know what they say. Honestly, ignore.
I would do a bit of a series on what our founding fathers and mothers ate. And who better to start it off with than Benjamin...
Nice meows. Meow. Meow. Meow.
Nice!
Meow,
Chat, can we get some
meow.
nices in the chat? Sato, 69 months. That's a big one. Thank you so much. I'm so grateful. Thank you.
Benjamin Franklin. Now, like so many of our founding fathers, Franklin wrote a lot, and one of the topics he liked to talk about was food. While he was living in London, he wrote about lodging with an elderly widow who suffered from gout. But she was an amusing conversationalist, and so he didn't mind having dinner with her even if the meals were rather meager. Our supper was only half an anchovy each, on a very little strip of bread and butter and half a pint of ale between us. But the entertainment was in her conversation. So I figured that I would make this meal, but it's a little too simple, so I wanted to add...
Maybe my stream should come with anchovies. Actually, I'm not sure I want to be associated with a salty fish. Oh, I have eaten sardines on stream before. I guess I'm technically already associated with a salty fish. Never mind.
Add in one of Franklin's favorite ingredients, Parmesan cheese. In 1769, he wrote a letter to a friend who was traveling and said that while a lot of people are really interested in the inscriptions on old stones and on old churches and whatever, I confess that if I could find in any Italian travels a receipt for making Parmesan cheese, it would give me more satisfaction than a transcript of any inscription from any stone whatever. Eventually,
I want both. I want to see every old fucking rock that exists on the planet, and I want Parmesan cheese. And I truly think I deserve both. I can't give you a reason why. Also, this is a real sus looking artichoke. Never mind. We move on.
Actually, in 1773, he would receive a very detailed receipt or recipe for making that cheese, and he published it in Lloyd's Evening Post. But for most of his life, he was unable to make his own Parmesan cheese, so he had to, of course, buy it. So don't feel bad if you have to buy your Parmesan cheese for this recipe from William Verrill's Complete System of Cookery, published in 1759. Des anchois au parmesan.
Idea.
Anchovies with Parmesan cheese. Fry some bits of bread about the length of an anchovy in good oil or butter. Lay the half of anchovy with the bone upon each bit, and strew over then some Parmesan cheese grated fine, and color them nicely in an oven or with a salamander. Squeeze the juice of an orange or lemon and pile them up in your dish and send them to table. This seems to be but a trifling thing, but I
don't know, guys. This is going to be pretty hard to fuck up, I think.
never saw it come whole from the table. I thought this recipe was perfect because it was published in London in 1759, which is actually when Franklin would have been living in London. Not the first time when he was there with the widow, but a second trip where he was there for like 15 years. Also, because the author includes a French name for the dish, kind of ties into the fact that Franklin spent a long time, almost a decade, living in Paris. He was actually quite well traveled, and I'm sure if he was around today and had a cell phone, he would really appreciate an eSIM from today's sponsor, Saley eSIM. Saley is a new eSIM app that gives you a convenient and very affordable way to get internet when you are traveling internationally. It can really save you on those exorbitant roaming fees. And they have plans for almost everywhere in the world. I, of course, used it when I traveled to Egypt last month. And I like it because it's easy to use. I am hopeless when it comes to pretty much everything tech. But here you just download the app, choose the country that you're heading to, then choose the data plan you want, and check out. And that's it. It's really convenient. In just a few minutes, it's on your
is
phone, so you
actually
can make phone
convenient.
calls or order an Uber to your hotel or look up where your hotel is. It works on iOS, it works on Android, and they offer regional plans in case you're going to multiple countries. Also, it comes with a whole suite of security features, like being able to change your virtual location and blocking malicious ads. And right now, when you use my code TastingHistory, or just click this QR code that you'll see on screen, you can get a 15% discount on Saley eSIM plans. Just download the Saley app and use code TastingHistory at checkout, or scan the QR code on screen right now to get started. And I am going to start on this recipe. So for this recipe, what you'll need is 1 loaf of good bread, something French. Italian, I'd say. Then a 1/4 cup or 60 grams of clarified butter or olive oil, and a couple dozen anchovy fillets. In the 18th century, while you would find fresh anchovies in parts of the world, in England they were mostly preserved, packed in salt. So if you have them packed in salt, you need to wash them to get most of the salt off. If you have them packed in oil, which is usually how it's done today, then most of the salt has already been removed, so you don't actually have to wash them, but they're still going to be really salty. Then a hunk of Parmesan cheese, enough to make about a 1/2 cup when finely grated. Then lastly, you will need a lemon, or the recipe says you can use an orange, but the orange that they were probably referring to was something like a Seville orange, which is kind of...
Wellock gifted a tier 1 sub to Beric. They have given 1,107 gift subs in the channel.
Oh, look, that's so nice. Thank you for gifting, Barack. That's so nice. Thank you so much.
sour and bitter, so I'd probably go with a lemon, but if you want a sweet orange, go right ahead. So we need to start by slicing the bread, and you want the slices to be nice and thin so that when we fry them, they will get crisp. And while you can leave the crusts, it's nice to trim them to about the size of 2 anchovies laying side by side. Then heat the oil or butter in a pan. I'm using ghee because it has a higher smoke point than just butter. And once it's quite hot, set a few pieces of the bread in and let them fry for about 45 seconds on one side, then flip them over and fry for another 45 seconds. You want to make sure that
this is torture. Look at it.
they're nice and crisp and well browned, so you may need a little more time or a little less time depending on the heat of the oil. Once they're done, you can take them out and put them on a wire rack to drain, and then take that wire rack and put it on a baking tray and place 1 or 2 anchovy fillets on each piece of bread, and then sprinkle some of the Parmesan cheese on top. Now the amount
Guys, this is absolutely going to be delicious. There's no way it can't be.
of Parmesan that you want to use is really up to you. I will say it is a very pungent flavor and quite salty, as is the anchovy. So, you know, just maybe sparingly. I'm not sure, honestly. It's kind of up to you. Then we need to brown these and kind of melt the cheese over the anchovy and the toast. And the recipe gives you 2 ways to do that. One says it can be done in an oven, and that's what I'm doing, under the broiler at 350 Fahrenheit or 175 Celsius. But it also says that you can use a salamander. Now, this is not talking about the amphibian, but rather a tool that was popular in the 18th and 19th century that you would stick into the fire and get really hot and then hold it over the food, and it would...
The original George Foreman press? No? I think it's just like a hot thing.
brown the food. And while it is not actually an amphibian, it's something that's made out of iron, it is named after the amphibian, partly because of the way that it looks, but also because going all the way back to the ancient Greeks, it was believed that salamanders were immune to fire. And they're usually depicted either walking through flames or even breathing flames in old images. But unless you have an 18th century kitchen at your disposal, like they do on Townsend's, you're probably going to want to stick with the oven.
Townsend's
now, as soon as the
mentioned.
cheese is melted and browned on top, you're going to want to take those out of the oven and immediately squeeze some lemon or orange juice on top. Then before I actually try these, I wanted to ask you what other founding fathers or kind of founding stories you'd like me to cover over the next 6
Dun, 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 dun. He was a... Sorry. Sorry.
6 to 9 months while I do this series. I'm really having trouble deciding. In fact, the only one that I have decided on is Benjamin Franklin, and that's why we're here, and that's why
Alexander Hamilton. He is waiting in the wings for you.
I'm going to tell you a bit more about what Benjamin Franklin had to say about food. Born in 1706, Benjamin Franklin was one of the oldest founding fathers. He was already 70 years old when the Declaration of Independence was signed, and he lived to be 84. So with a life so long, it's no wonder that his eating habits changed considerably as he aged. Now,
84's a good fucking run for that time.
the first time that he seems to have had any real feelings about food was when he was about 16 and he read a book by the then famous vegetarian and early advocate for animal rights, Thomas Tryon, a man who really deserves an entire episode all of his own. After reading Tryon's writings, Franklin was persuaded that vegetarianism was not only healthy but also a morally right way to eat. Unfortunately, in 18th century Pennsylvania, being a vegetarian was difficult. My refusing to eat flesh occasioned an inconveniency, and I was frequently chid for my singularity. See, he was an apprentice printer to his brother James, and he lived with James, but James didn't cook. Rather, he spent money to have their meals made for them every day, and those meals usually contained meat. So, Benjamin asked James if he could give him half of the money that he was spending on food, and he would then cook for himself. That way he could eat what he wanted, and James would save a little money. Most of what he seems to have eaten at this time was boiled potatoes, rice, and hasty pudding. But eating this simple fare
God, just boiled potatoes, eh?
did give him time to get more work done, because while James and all the other printers would go out to eat during the middle of the day, Benjamin stayed at the printing house, and dispatching presently my light repast, which often was no more than a biscuit or a slice of bread, a handful of
It's an interesting 2 wolves to have inside of you, Professor Fappington. Like, what do you mean the man's like, probably can't eat animals, but I will have slaves. Curious.
raisins or a
I
tart.
think it was Jefferson. Did Franklin have... I mean, they all had slaves back then, didn't they?
from the pastry cooks and a glass of water, had the
Did Benjamin Franklin have slaves? Or he was on the side of people who didn't have slaves, right? He was not from the South. Because Pennsylvania?
rest of the time till their return for study, in which I made the greater progress from that greater clearness of head and quicker apprehension which usually attend temperance in eating and drinking. And I have to agree with him on that because, frankly, after I eat lunch, I'm pretty much useless for like the next 2 hours. Now, he was a vegetarian for a while, but it was rather short-lived because he talks about sailing on his first voyage from Boston, where he witnessed many people on board catching codfish. This was something he considered a kind of unprovoked murder, since none of them had or ever could do us any injury that might justify the slaughter. However, he admits that he was previously a lover of eating fish, and as soon as he smelled the fish being fried in the pan, his resolve started to falter. And then they sliced open one of the codfish, and he saw smaller fish inside. Then thought I, if you eat one another, I don't see why we mayn't eat you.
Logic. Our savior.
So I dined upon cod very heartily, and continued to eat with other people, returning only now and then occasionally to a vegetable diet. And I love that he admits that because he is a man of reason, he is able to reason himself into pretty much whatever he actually wants to do. And don't we all?
Yes.
But even as he gave up being a vegetarian, at least full time, he did still continue to eat rather sparingly and, very odd for the time, drink almost not at all. And his printer friends, co-workers, when he later lived in London, thought that this was very odd, as they were great guzzlers of beer. But even though all he was drinking was water, he was still able to lift heavier things than his co-workers, and they found this baffling. They wondered to see that the water American, as they called
Chat, what is your favorite drink? Like, if I had to think of mine right now, it's such a problem because it is Coke Zero. Like, I wish I could say something way fancier than that, but it's just not. It's Coke Zero. Like, I obviously love a wine, love a Negroni, love a dirty gin martini, love a coffee, love a cup of tea, love a strawberry matcha, love an iced latte, love all of those. But if I had to think, I love the bubbles in a Coke Zero at the moment. And it's just so not good for me. Bottom shelf vodka with Sunny D. Stop. Ginger ale, that's a good choice. Yeah, see, I don't really like juices that much, but I do love a fresh orange juice. Apple juice I can take or leave. Any of the mixed juices I can take or leave. If I'm not feeling well, I also really like a carrot, celery, apple, ginger kind of thing. Like, that'd be nice.
Called me was stronger than themselves, who drank strong beer. And he says that the beer drinking in this London print shop was pretty much constant. They actually had a dedicated boy who would bring beer back and forth from the nearby alehouse. My companion at the press drank every day a pint before breakfast, a pint at breakfast with his bread and cheese.
Oh, and God, I love a Bloody Mary. I never liked tomato juice, but I mean, put that stuff in a Bloody Mary. Absolutely.
A pint between breakfast and dinner, a pint at dinner, a pint in the afternoon about 6 o'clock, and another when he had done his day's work. I thought it a detestable custom, but it was necessary, he supposed, to drink strong beer that he might be strong to labor.
You reckon?
Franklin tried to reason with him, saying that there is more energy in
Yeah, Richard,
just
me
eating
too.
bread than there is in drinking all of that beer, which is made from bread but is watered down. And he says that it would also be a lot cheaper to do this because the man was spending half of his day's wages just on the beer that he...
How much beer did you have to drink back then to get drunk though, right? Because the alcohol content was quite low back then, right? Let's be honest though, they wanted to drink beer because by the end of the day they'd have like a little buzz. That's gotta be right. Like, was the alcohol content in beer at this time still low or no? See, so like it would have taken him a little while, but if you drank enough beer during the day, by about 5 o'clock, you might have like a slight buzz, and that probably felt kind of nice. Let's be honest.
was drinking at work. So maybe that's the origin of the famous Franklin adage, a penny saved is 2 pence clear. And yes, that's the actual saying, not a penny saved is a penny earned.
And yeah,
but
because
the
it's safer
gist
than
is
water.
the same.
Yeah.
Now, in those early years, he doesn't seem to have been an adventurous eater at all. In fact, he doesn't seem to have given a lot of thought to food in general. I was quite indifferent to what kind of food was set before me, and so unobservant of it that to this day,
Man, masculinity back then was crazy. Do you ever just look at these photos and go, wow, hot?
if I am asked, I can scarce tell a few hours after dinner what I dined upon. He considered his simple dining habits a sign of his lofty principles. Frugality was his watch cry. But as he got older, and more importantly, as he got richer, things started to change. A change which he either credits or blames on his wife, Deborah. My breakfast was a long time bread and milk, no tea, and I ate it out of a 2-penny earthen porringer with a pewter spoon. But mark how luxury will enter families and make a progress in spite of principle. Being called one morning to breakfast, I found it in a china bowl with a spoon of silver. They had been brought for me without my knowledge by my wife, and had cost her the enormous sum of 23 shillings, for which she had no other excuse or apology to make but that she thought her husband deserved a silver spoon and china bowl as well as any of his neighbors.
The women, they do be shopping, okay? We're such a problem, all right? It's just generations and generations of women who do be shopping. But look, you know, that was nice. A nice little china bowl and a silver spoon for a man.
And so what started as a china bowl of bread and milk soon became a lot more eating and a lot more drinking. For there can't be good living where there is not good drinking. Hear, hear. Of course, this is a bit in conflict with his earlier admonishment that there is nothing more like a fool than a drunken man. And he even took it upon himself to compose a little tome called The Drinker's Dictionary, which was 228 different 18th century euphemisms for being drunk.
What?
These included, he's busky, he's drank more than he has bled, he's crump-footed, he's swamped, and my favorite, he has taken Hippocrates' grand elixir, which is a reference to the spiced wine known as Hippocras. Now, even when Franklin did begin drinking, he does not seem to have liked to get drunk and preferred wine. In a 1779 letter, he wrote, "Behold the rain which descends from heaven upon our vineyards. There it enters the roots of the vines to be changed into wine."
Chat, when I read the writing or listen to the writing of people in these times, I'm like, I do not write flowery enough. I really should attempt to write more poetically. Not had a wine today. Like, that's so boring. Why not behold the rain which descends from heaven upon our vineyards? And there it enters the roots of the vines to be changed into wine.
A constant proof that God loves
This is how we wrote before social media.
us and loves to see us happy. It's interesting that so many of his earlier quotes are about temperance in drinking, and then as he gets older, you find quotes like, "You will say my advice smelled of Madeira." You are right. That is, he's only giving out this advice because he's been drinking a little bit of Madeira wine. Now, while he does start to branch out in the food and drink that he enjoys, he does still usually stick to eating pretty healthy. In fact, one of the only times that he seems to admonish his wife was when she failed to send him apples when he was living in London.
Bitch.
While he was there, he was able to get some apples, but he preferred
Not
the
enough.
apples of America. Goodies I now and then get a few, but roasting apples seldom. I wish you had sent me some. And I wonder how you, that used to think of everything, came to forget it.
Bitch.
Newton Pippins would have been the most acceptable.
Oh, times were so much simpler back then. Imagine just being pissed off at your wife for not sending you apples. Like, it's clear. He's writing there. He's like, you don't love me anymore. You're clearly cheating on me with another man because you forgot to send me apples. I can tell. I know, I'm thinking about it. You didn't send me apples.
Newton Pippins were an apple that were first grown in Long Island, New York, and Benjamin Franklin was an absolute advocate of foods grown in the future United States. He wrote a lot about corn and potatoes and was thrilled in 1782 to receive a box of cranberries while in France. In a letter to his friend Jonathan Williams, he wrote, "I have lately received some cranberries from Boston. I will pick out enough to make you a few cranberry tarts." But perhaps the American food that he championed the most was the turkey, not only in its eating, but also in its being used as a symbol, especially in contrast with the bald eagle. For the truth, the turkey is, in comparison, a much more respectable bird, and withal a true native of America. He is besides, though a little vain and silly, a bird of courage, and would not hesitate to attack a grenadier of the British Guards who should presume to invade his farmyard with a red coat on. Also, it's often said that Franklin was arguing to have the turkey on the Great Seal of the United States in that letter, but actually he was saying it would be a better seal for the emblem of the Society of the Cincinnati of America. But he clearly lost that argument, seeing as it is on their emblem, and it is on the Great Seal of the United States. But that doesn't mean that he ever stopped enjoying turkey. He even tried to electrocute one in 1750, since birds killed in this manner eat uncommonly tender. Unfortunately for Franklin, and maybe fortunately for the turkey, he accidentally touched the wire when he was getting ready to electrocute him, so he ended up just shocking himself, and it hurt a lot. And he wrote about it to his brother, but at the end of this letter, he says, "Do not make it more public, for I am ashamed to have been guilty of so notorious a blunder." So here I am, making it public to, hundreds of thousands of people.
Good work, Matt.
Now, while he was particularly fond of American foods, partly as a way of ending dependency on Great Britain, he was also interested in foreign foods. He actually sent a box of soybeans from China to a friend of his, and in the letter he writes one of the earliest Western descriptions of tofu. It was Father Navarette's account of the universal use of cheese made of soybeans in China which so excited my curiosity. I have since learned that some runnings of salt, I suppose runnet, is put into water when the meal is in it to turn it to curds. These are what the tofu is made of.
Wow,
He got to know a lot of other
tofu.
foreign foods when he was on a diplomatic mission to France in the 1770s and 80s, and it does seem that that is where he finally gave up on trying to eat sparingly and healthy all the time.
That's valid.
I mean, it's France. And that is where he starts eating much more rich foods and gets a bad case of gout. In 1780, he wrote a dialogue between himself and his gout where, despite his protestations, the gout chastises him for eating a bit too much meat, not exercising enough, and perhaps having a bit too much to drink. But I don't think that I need to worry about gout getting me as long as I only have a few bites of these anchovies on toast
No,
with
you're
Parmesan
gonna eat the
cheese.
whole thing. I would
And
eat
here
the
we
whole
are, an
plate.
18th century recipe for anchovies with Parmesan cheese for Benjamin Franklin.
Let me add it.
So here's the thing. They smell a lot like Parmesan and a lot like anchovies. To be expected, I don't like anchovies. I don't know why I chose this recipe, but I did. Here we are, and I'm about to eat them. The thing is, I don't like salty things, really, but let's give it a try. Crunchy. Mm-hmm. That is really salty. Mmm. Takes a second to hit you. Mmm.
Max, I like salty things though. Just so you know. I'd eat all the anchovy toast. Send it my way.
Too salty for me. Mmm. Oh my gosh. Get some water. It really just soaks all of the moisture out of your mouth. So I know a lot of people who really like anchovies. And I like anchovy paste when it's made into like a Caesar dressing or something. But whole anchovies are just a little bit too strong for me. Partly it's the fishiness, but really it's the salt. I'm just not a huge salt guy. Yeah, I think...
That's where we differ, Max. I can't believe we have come to know of a difference. May have to be my line in the sand.
The richness of the toast, which is, you know, soaked
Oh
in
my god, tinned mackerel is great.
butter, essentially, that does help. And then that lemon juice on top does kind of cut through a little bit, which is necessary. Could probably use more. Maybe the orange juice was the way to go, I don't know. But frankly, it's just too salty for me. That said, if you like that flavor of anchovies and Parmesan, because a lot of people just love it, then I could see you absolutely loving these. They're not unpleasant, they're just not my taste. So another thing about Benjamin Franklin I wanted to say was, since it is the 250th anniversary of the United States, it's interesting that Franklin had expressed a desire to see America when it was 100, though he actually wrote this when he was in when it was 1773, so wouldn't have been quite the centennial. And of course, he wasn't going to make that because he would have been like, I don't know, almost 170, something like that. But he actually had a plan for that. He said, "I should prefer to an ordinary death the being immersed in a cask of Madeira wine with a few friends till that time, to be then recalled to life by the solar warmth of my dear country. Drowned in sweet wine, and then revived to see the centennial." With his friends in the cask with him. I love that. Obviously it didn't happen, but that just makes it all the more important for us to appreciate being able to be around for the 250th anniversary and appreciate all that people like Benjamin Franklin did for us. So make some anchovies and Parmesan if you like them. Don't if you don't. And I will see you next time on Tasting History.
Thanks, Max. You're the best. Literally my favorite YouTuber. No notes. None. Although it is time. I don't actually know if I have any Coke Zero. I could be going on a fool's errand here. Everything's fine. I do have a little bit. It's not super bubbly because I've had it a week. The fuck is the green label? It's the lime flavored one. Got a little crazy with it. Yeah, I got a little crazy with it this week, okay? We went with the lime. It's the same one. You know, she's a crazy girl. It's not very bubbly. In fact, it's kind of flat and it just tastes like cooler cordial, kind of. It's fine. It's whatever. It's a treat. I'm okay with it. It's fine. I've just started trying adding lemon juice to everything. It's surprisingly versatile. I mean, one of the biggest mistakes people make in cooking is that they don't actually add an acid. So yeah, sometimes lemon really helps because it's an acid and it adds to all the other flavors in a lot of things. I don't have a real lime. I have a lemon. I have a lemon in the house. I used half a lemon in the salad yesterday. I was just adding lemon to my white wine sauce. What are you having with your white wine sauce? Seafood? Prawns? It's cold. I want to turn the aircon off, but my dog is so comfortable that I don't want to fuck with her shit. Lemon and mashed potato, it worked. Interesting. Everybody's so creative. Some red snapper fillies? Damn. Okay, that's fancy. Nice. Um, Chad, I really want to watch this Shanspere video as well. So we're just doing a little react moment today because I actually I think I do really want to watch this. Hey.
There I lay, ensconced upon mine feathered bed of unparalleled comfort, when lo, a generous servant did appear bearing a most resplendent plate of stroganoff, that magnificent mix of tender beef and creamy sauce, served upon a silver platter as though I were the king himself. And what, pray tell, did accompany this feast? A chalice of Coke Zero, that miraculous elixir of no sugar yet boundless fizz. I sipped with the gravitas of a duke sampling his finest port and declared, perfection.
Yeah, Karma, I'm pretty sure that's where I got that information from. Like, truly.
So, does Sabrina Carpenter hate men? When she unveiled the first variant cover art for her album Man's Best Friend, audience declared that she actually loves men a little too much. In the photo, she's on her hands and knees, wearing a little black dress, and being pulled, as it were, by her hair. Some found it to be too sexually charged, violent, even. Are we looking in on a moment of consensual, safe BDSM play, or is it a normalized spectacle of misogynistic cruelty? The internet, of course, is the best and only place to have this complex discussion. I understand the
I don't know where the subtitles are. There they are.
concern. This cover came at the diciest political moment possible, between the rescinding of women's rights, along the footpath of a high-profile abuse ring headed by the ruling class, and in the midst of a far-right attempt to glamorize the subjugation of women, girls, and other minorities. Hi, Tradwives and Manosphere Bros. If there was ever a time to hone your satire skills and deliver a piece of art that's cuttingly subversive, this is it. And to some netizens, this cover isn't. To a different audience, the Man's Best Friend cover is a masterclass in feminist rebellion, a reclamation of the bitch identity, and a tongue-in-cheek condemnation of men's violence against women. To this audience, Sabrina Carpenter couldn't possibly be man-centered because, well, she hates men. Everybody, shh. Let them have their moment. Across her big three albums, Sabrina zooms in on the sexual, romantic, and emotional terrorism felt by so many man-daters online, and she makes it look good. Huge publications like Vogue and Forbes recently asked if it's embarrassing to have a boyfriend. Viral Twitter posts wonder, why does having a boyfriend feel Republican? Instagram Reels, Pinterest pins, and the booth full of straight women at your local bar have all declared the same thing, that they never ever want to date a man ever again. Sometimes this divestment is backed by action, other times it's strictly performative. While Sabrina is the latest to repack the horrors of straight culture as
It's actually really interesting. Sociologically, her music at this time and it being so popular is so interesting because it is perfectly packaged pop, but it is somewhat depictive of like very interesting social dynamics that are playing out at the moment.
something glamorous. She's not the only one. These glitzy projects feel like a revolutionary fuck you to the cis heteropatriarchy, and their shorthand versions can be a concise criticism of systemic violence. However, I would argue that this movement is calcified in a post-feminist anesthesia. People are numbing themselves to the real issue at hand. Those who participate
I agree. I agree so much. It's that it feels fruitless. And so in some ways it's even the swing back towards significant trad content, the pearls even. Well, these are just my grandma's. It's not necessarily like that deep, but I do think that it's just a sigh.
in this movement and those on the outside looking in are locked in a cycle of doom. It's all just so familiar, baby. What do you call it? There's a cuter word for it. I know. Hetero pessimism. Why you always terrorizing me? Do you think when my YouTube career dries up, I can be a Sabrina Carpenter impersonator on the Las Vegas Strip? I mean, we
Yes.
look just like each other.
They're identical. Look at them.
Before we get into it, make sure to like this video to support its growth and leave a comment down below. And since you're already down there, subscribe. I'm not asking. I know your full name and address. Bet you wish you had today's sponsor. Silence. Brand. So I originally had a sponsor for this video. I did my usual research. I looked at reviews. I made sure it wasn't owned by, like Satan or anything. But sometimes things slip through the cracks, and something did this time. And by something, I mean something suspicious enough to garner millions of views on a video essay about it. So I pulled the plug last minute. This is really a good thing because now I don't have to suck the skin off of a questionable brand just to pay my rent, and can instead suck the skin off myself to pay the rent. What is the physics of that? This video is sponsored by my Patreon. Hello, I'm Shania and I do my own stunts. Everything you see in my videos, from costuming to research to editing to animations to the very script you're listening to, is done entirely by me. I
She's
don't use AI
incredible.
because why would I? I post once a month on my main channel, which means I take very little time off between essays. I also post once a month on my Patreon and sometimes once a month on my second channel. No, I'm not going to burn out. Why do you ask? Building my Patreon would mean giving me some much needed breathing room, and I think in the end would allow me to stop relying on brands. My lowest tier is $2, but I think the real fun comes in the $4 and $6 tiers. I post lifestyle vlogs, I sit on my floor and philosophize about revenge, and I sometimes interview other creators about freaky topics like cannibalism. If you're unable to commit to the Patreon, I also have a Ko-fi. You can send me $1. I can be trusted with $1. I'll use it. If money is out of the question, I totally understand. You can help by liking, commenting, and subscribing to the channel for free. Show YouTube that you
Everybody make sure you go do all of that and definitely consider subscribing to her Patreon.
actually like what I'm doing, and they'll probably maybe show it to a wider audience. Okay, thanks. That's all. Enjoy the video. And let me put this gun away. Part 1. House Tour.
Do you want the house tour?
For a time, heteropessimism was everyone's favorite F word. The term was coined less than a decade ago by the scholar Ozzy Saracen, but has already gone through multiple evolutions. Pessimism has since turned into fatalism, and now, according to this article anyway, the era of nihilism is upon us. Saracen defines heteropessimism as a performative disaffiliation with heterosexuality, usually expressed in the form of regret, embarrassment, or hopelessness about the straight experience. It works like this. You're out at a party talking to a guy when he's...
This is so rife at the moment. Like, this attitude is so rife. Just in public discourse, in private discourse, in all of it. It's so rife.
Suddenly breaks into a monologue about how hard the woman species is to understand, on account of women being from Venus and all. And in some ways, he says, being gay would be just so much better, because then it'd be like hanging out with the guys all the time, right? But unfortunately, he adds, I'm doomed to a life of dating women. And also, if you are actually gay, which is crazy, Loki, I'm fine with it, I guess. Just don't, like, fall in love with me. On social media, straight women say that being attracted to men feels like a mental illness. And Sabrina Carpenter declares that the only good men are dead or already married. There's nobody's son, not anyone left for her to believe in. And look, she would love to care less, but the problem is, the Lord forgot her gay awakening. And so she, like the guy at the party, is resigned to, quote, bitching and moaning. Her words, not mine. When Saracen describes heteropessimism as performative, he doesn't mean that straight people are faking it. They are clearly in the trenches, okay?
It's cope. Heteropessimism is cope.
Just means that they're not exerting much effort to get out. Pessimism is idle. Hope is alive. The manosphere is professionally pessimistic. In a concentrated effort to maintain the cis-heteropatriarchy, these men use edgelord tactics and real-life violence to misrepresent, dehumanize, and dispose of both women and feminism. Their followers are actively brainwashed into believing that gender equality is what makes dating hard, while the real problem is sold back to them in pill form. Incels are especially cynical about dating. While some air their frustrations in the shadows of Reddit, others take to the streets in a display of misogynistic terrorism. Men going their own way are similarly fatalistic, arguing that marriage and cohabitation with women is detrimental to men, and it must be stopped.
When the science proves otherwise. Marriage is extremely beneficial for men, according to research. Oh, Drum, you don't have to tell me. This is Shanspia, Anita. Now I'm insecure. Do we not want to watch the video? We can do something else. I'm joking. I'm watching the fucking video. If you're enjoying it, chat. If you're not, you can fucking leave. I don't care.
Both subgroups are viewed as aberrations in the mainstream, not only because they are violent misogynists, and in the case of incels, seeming failures at love, but because they violate the first rule of heteropessimism. You're supposed to normalize it, make it a performance, but don't make it real. It has to remain passive and unnameable so that it could go on unchallenged. It's just a silly joke on that one sitcom. You know, the one about nagging wives. The husband won't call her a bitch to the camera.
When I think about how many fucking TV shows I grew up watching where men just openly hated their wives, it is an issue, right? Do you remember that whole era of TV where it was literally just dysfunctional families where men hated their wives? Like, It was a time. It was an absolute fucking time, and it's so interesting to look back on now. Like, even Everybody Loves Raymond, like, what were some of the other ones? There were so many.
Because of woke, but it's implied. Love is like an invisible prison to straight people. Their spouses are their shackles, their kids mere aliens foisted upon them. And girl, the straight flag don't help none. In the early 2020s, social media users proposed a straight flag, mainly as a way to be really annoying about pride. Unlike the beautiful jewel tones of the bi flag, or the fairy-coded nature of the lesbian flag, or even just the conventional vibrancy of the rainbow flag, the straights on Twitter chose black and white stripes. Not only is this yet another reference to prison, as it evokes imagery of chain gangs, but it's also a quick walk around the corner to slavery. Chain gangs were especially popular in the post-Civil War era, and black people were frequent targets of incarceration. There's a quirky little
What a
loophole in the
fucking
13th Amendment,
miserable flag.
which abolishes slavery except in the cases of prison, meaning that prisoners to this day are legal slaves. Straight culture has long since been compared to slavery. Evelyn Reed, writing in 1964, referred to cis heteropatriarchal marriage as domestic enslavement, wherein housewives are inmates who squander their energies in frantic busywork and meaningless details. Take a shot every time I say cis heteropatriarchy from here on out. And no, I will not cover your hospital bills. Can't even cover mine, girl. To put it simply, the cis heteropatriarchy refers to a hierarchical system that privileges white, cis heterosexual men and oppresses everyone else. To be a woman, especially a trans woman, to be a trans man, to be non-white, non-straight, or a combination of any, is to be othered under this system. Heteropessimism occurs on a cycle dictated by the cis heteropatriarchy. It starts with a promise of divine heterounion, which is quickly sabotaged by the inherently discriminatory system. This leads to disillusionment in an attempt to numb oneself to reality. Let's look closer. The cishet experience is how our hierarchical culture validates life. The most acceptable milestones under this system are defined by heterosexual coupling. Ideally, we would all engage in...
It is really interesting that a lot of the things that we celebrate about women are over their lifetimes are the things where she is in proximal to a man, getting engaged, getting married, having a child. And I would encourage everybody, man, woman, NBs, all of you, to choose things in your lives to celebrate that are like, and the people around you as well, like celebrate them for something fucking random or something that's important to them. Because I feel like I have a lot of hang-ups around this, I guess, and I have had hang-ups about my birthday in the past as well for different reasons, but it's interesting.
Cis-hetero dating, which would lead to cis-hetero marriage and a cis-hetero house of one's own, which would then lead to becoming cis-hetero parents of a cis-hetero child, or 3, removed from your cis-hetero extended family, aka the cis-hetero village, because the goal is to build a new cis-hetero nuclear family in the cis-hetero suburbs, where the cis-hetero wife stays locked in her cis-hetero tower.
Guys, we cannot drink every time she says cis-hetero, we will die.
Earning money from the white supremacist cis-hetero TikTok she's making about how women should never work, while her cis-hetero husband goes to film a podcast instead of doing a traditional cis-hetero patriarchal job.
No,
because everyone on planet Earth in this ideal world is a hypocritical grifter. This is the American dream. And everyone knows that America is the only country in the world, so this is everybody's dream. God, if I take a shot for every time I said cis-hetero, I'd die.
2 shots of vodka.
The promises made by the cis-hetero patriarchy follow...
Calsop, this is actually a deep dive into Sabrina Carpenter's glamorous world of heteropessimism. and I think it's just the bitterness that comes from the miscommunication between men and women that exists right now, as well as you know, some misery at the state of the patriarchy.
The same logic proposed by Shanann Palma, that of fairy tales. By following its script, the cis-heteropatriarchy promises that you'll obtain favorable results. Straight people will be happy, powerful, and socially included. Anyone who deviates will suffer. But this promise is flawed. Yes, trans and queer people suffer, but that's because we're systematically oppressed for our identity, not because our identity is inherently painful. Straight people are battling cognitive dissonance, where the reality of the cis-heteropatriarchy isn't what its fantasy suggests. People always ask, are the straights okay? Do they even like each other? And the answer is no. When a couple does show love for one another, with exceptions, especially when it's a man showing unequivocal passion for a woman, they're made fun of. Like,
literally, and that's why I respect it so much when like a man just fully is obsessed with their woman. If that is, it's the only antidote. If I look at a couple and that man is like, yeah, that's my girlfriend, or like they just feel fucking miserable about it, I immediately am just like, why are you together? Stop it. This is so harmful. Like, immediately no.
oh, you're so whipped.
The sound of that whip sure will swing. It's like Jesus gently snapping his fingers.
Or, oh, he's such a simp. Straight culture problematizes love, even while it claims that straight love is peak. That's because it's not fashionable to respect someone who's beneath you in a hierarchy. What's sabotaging thy divine head union? Jane Ward argues that it's the very pillars of straight culture. The first is sexual dissatisfaction. The cis-heteropatriarchy doesn't value giving pleasure so much as it values receiving pleasure. While the
I do think that there are a lot of women who perform what they assume is like desirable, and I think it comes into play when you look at Sabrina Carpenter's album cover as well, and that sometimes includes their own pleasure, but a lot of the times it doesn't. A lot of the time the women be out there and they faking.
gender binary argues that women are submissive receivers and men are actionable givers. It doesn't seem to work out that way in the bedroom. Statistics show that straight women have less orgasms on average than lesbians. Yay, lesbians. This lack is routinely joked about and normalized in the media. In Man-Child, for instance, Sabrina Carpenter coyly sings, "Did you just say we're finished? Didn't know we started." The next pillar is gender essentialism. The cis-heteropatriarchy dictates that women are biologically wired to do certain things, like be an unpaid domestic laborer, while men are biologically wired to do other things, like run bad podcasts. These traits are immutable to believers, meaning that you can't be anything other than what you're born as. Not only is essentialism at the heart of violent ideologies such as white supremacy and transphobia, but it also feeds cis-hetero misery. Men are a species from Mars, and women are a species from Venus. In a forever war of their own, they can't possibly relate to, respect, or love one another. This simple binary dictates that straight women desperately grasp for men, and straight men plot—
I am cishet miserable. This is why any sort of like breaking down of gender that you do is super important. Bioessentialism is so shit. It's so shit. Like, there are obvious places where it is applicable, but the theory itself is just such bullshit. Like, women are just like biologically wired to have, you know, whatever.
along with no logic, agency, or emotional depth whatsoever. Mind you, this is the overall theme of Man's Best Friend and Short and Sweet. Maybe it's satire after all. In 1947, Edward Podolsky published Sex Today and Wedding Life, a doctor's confidential advice. In it, he lists 10 commandments that wives should follow for a happy marriage.
Oh God. Oh, this is gonna hurt me. I know this is gonna hurt me so much. Oh no. Oh no.
Besides trivializing women's pain and generally telling them to shut up and suck up, he also suggests that men are only grown-up boys. They need mothering.
Oh, Jesus.
It's the very essentialist, infantilizing rhetoric that Sabrina criticizes in Manchild, Tears, and Dumb and Poetic. Essentialism is the foundation of the final two pillars of straight culture: the misogyny paradox and normalized misery. Jane Ward put forth the paradox in her book, The Tragedy of Heterosexuality. Straight men and boys are taught to desire women and girls in a culture that also teaches them to hate women and girls. This doublethink manifests in the conflicting nature of catcalls. One minute, a man across the street is calling you fine and telling you to smile because you're beautiful. And then the next, he's calling you a stupid bitch that he didn't want anyway, all because you ignored him. A man can ask for a woman's phone number, presumably because he finds her attractive, and then kill her when she says no. Violence and entitlement are not wired into men. They learn from the patriarchy, like we all do. Ward argues that the cis-hetero patriarchy has damaged straight culture, in part due to its misogyny. We need a feminist intervention, but no one wants to say that. We are in a post-feminist culture with small blips and swift disappearances of watered-down feminist sentiments. In the 2010s, it was cool to call oneself a feminist, kind of, because everyone was doing it. Yeah, in a neoliberal way, but now it's more fashionable to call yourself a girl's girl or woman-centered, which is the morally superior foil to the evil man-centered pick-me's. Wedge! Burn the wedge! It's all a psyop, a way to keep us inactive, numbed out. Ward argues that the project of the cis-hetero patriarchy constantly repackages itself to make all these tragic injustices appear inevitable, if not desirable. The heads are being told that their misery is biblical, biological, or centuries old. In a word, unfixable. It's no wonder that people become pessimistic, especially women whose particular flavor of heteronihilism seems to be a reaction to their own oppression. But the way this manifests, especially online, through performative, inactive phrases, is just another form of anesthesia. Hetero-pessimism might seem like a starting point of a revolution, but in reality, its anesthetizing force has had the ironic effect of stalling some of the momentum of these movements. To be permanently...
So I would say that I kind of went pretty deeply through this when I was younger. And it is a trap, right? And while I think it's important to sit here and think about these things on a systemic level, heteropessimism doesn't actually get us anywhere. It is the building of bridges and the growing together that would actually get us somewhere. If there's one genre of human that genuinely scares me, it's arrogant men with fragile egos. In my experience, the most predisposed to violence to counter their belief their masculinity has been insulted. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. But the amount of time I've spent sitting here talking to all of you and realizing that most people are just human beings trying to figure out their path in the world and what that looks like and trying to connect with other people. I think it is really important to remember that if you get lost in the weeds of these sociological trends to the point where you are unwilling to engage with others, or unpack things that you believe, then that is an absolute fucking trap. And you will be miserable.
Preemptively disappointed in heterosexuality is to refuse the possibility of changing straight culture for the better.
And I do think that a lot of women go on dates with this attitude at the moment. And it's doing absolutely nothing for the manosphere, right? Because women go, no, well, men suck, so he needs to be better. Also, you have to pay for the date. Also, blah, 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 right? But the attitude that you take to the date is one of like just misery.
Saracen writes, "We refuse to call the issue by
Vox,
its
100%.
name. We refuse to be honest about what we're fighting. Everything is hidden behind 15 layers of goddamn irony and memes. It's made glamorous, functionally irresistible." Part 2. Sugar.
I mean, the latest thing, right, is like, it's so cool to have a girlfriend that hates men, but not you. And the point is, right, that in a lot of those situations, it's women hating the system but loving a person. I honestly consider myself so lucky that my online best friend ended up being my IRL partner. I lucked the fuck out. I mean, you guys have it pretty good. You guys have it pretty good.
Talking. Glamorous heteropessimism is now the most popular way to normalize heterosexual misery, and Sabrina Carpenter is cashing in. In a house built in part by the girl Renaissance, she has redesigned a glittering, glamorous room of her own. It's a safe landing pad for irritated yet disastrously horny young women. Social media is
I also think this is like part of the problem, right? Imagine being in your early 20s, actually horny, and then wanting to be a girl, but having absolutely no outlet for that whatsoever. Because it feels like it's not available to you, because you feel like every single man hates you, or you're putting yourself at risk of violence. Oh, Sabrina is absolutely horny. But Sabrina, anybody who has followed Sabrina from like the earlier days knows she's always been very funny and very horny and very like the jokes that she makes have always been, you know. Those nonsense outros, you know.
established ambivalence towards dating has merged seamlessly with her branding. Here in this dystopic utopia, men ain't shit, but girl, I'ma stick beside him. Glamorous heteropessimism makes the ills of straight culture look cool. It's a party and a funeral. It's an aesthetic on Pinterest and a chantable chorus in a song. It's a liminal personality trait that doesn't ask too many hard questions or require too much internal analysis. It tells you, clad in shimmering costumes, edited between mystic film clips, or spoken eloquently in prose, that no one wants to live this way, but we do. Why not have a little fun? Asa Saracen refers to this as a survival instinct, an attachment that can
Selling
survive.
out. Oh, she's absolutely playing. She's cashing in. She found something that worked. What do you mean? Of course. What? Like, she hit a lightning rod of whatever's going on and then doubled down, because that is what is rewarded.
Detachment. Writing in 1999, Bell Hooks offered something similar. Cynicism is the great mask of the disappointed and betrayed heart.
Again, it's just cope. And I do not judge her for this cope. I barely even judge society for this cope. You know, because at the end of the day, everybody just wants to be loved, and everybody wants to figure out how to make that a reality. And the issue is when society is telling you a certain set of stories that don't exist, and then you are disappointed, and then you go out and you learn the stories that do exist, and you're still disappointed, and then you try and recalibrate whatever it looks like, and maybe you're still disappointed. You know, it's all this giant learning experience of trying to navigate increasingly complex social interactions where you don't know who people are.
This glamorous ridicule of straight dating, especially done by women, predates Sabrina. Whoopi Goldberg famously said that she wasn't going to get married because she doesn't want a man living in her house, a headline that has been religiously canonized among women on social media. Decades earlier, in 1982, Eartha Kitt laughed wildly when an interviewer asked,
"If a man came into your life, wouldn't you want to compromise?"
Stupid.
2 years later, in 1984, she released the album I Love Men. The title track rejoices, "I love men. They're no good."
Oh my god, this is the rotation. Because even if you look at Sabrina's aesthetic, how interesting.
For you. There's, of course, Beyonce's Lemonade, where she scorns her no-good cheating husband, but in typical het pest fashion, stays committed to him anyway. And then, God help me, there's the femcel. As someone who has already made a video on femcels, I came into this essay with a burning suspicion that the world of glamorous heteropessimism was stealing these people's whole flow. It wouldn't be the first time that language or the aesthetics of incels bled into pop culture. Your best friend is unironically using the term looksmaxing, and the 7-year-old with unfettered access to the internet just called me a foid. They haven't even heard of incels, or the manosphere, thank God. And they sure as hell haven't heard of the feminine mirror, the femcel. To be a femcel means to be a woman who is involuntarily celibate. While incel wasn't always man-focused, it looks that way now. There's even a civil war happening of sorts between the two groups. Incels call femcels volcels, aka fake incels or voluntary incels, because a large part of their ideology rests on the belief that women hold sexual power over men, that women are the gatekeepers of sex, and therefore women are unable to.
God, the amount of times I have heard the gatekeepers of sex line come out of the manosphere.
To be refused sex. Femcels became mainstream around 2021, and with that emergence, the meaning behind their name changed. Jacob Johansson and Jilly Boyce Kay argue that femcel core is...
No, originally incels, I mean, it was created by a woman. Yes. Yeah.
An aesthetic pleasure taken in the intrinsically unfulfillable nature of heterosexual longing, as well as a valorization of unhealthy or dysfunctional heterosexual attachments. It's an expression of curating the void, and borders on celebration of hopelessness and heteropessimism. As the mutation of femcels became more aesthetic-focused, so did its expression of dark heterosexuality. It's impossible, at least for me, to tell the difference between femcel posts on social media and posts made by normie straight women. Femceldom is just as glamorous as Sabrina Carpenter's current branding, but it prays to a different god. Last year, the brilliant video essayist Think Peace Tribe posted on his story that Sabrina Carpenter makes music for people who are too young to get into Lana Del Rey. And that post made everything fall into place for me. So shout out to Think Peace Tribe. There's obviously the conversation about whether both women are glamorizing the image of submission, or worse, abuse. But in terms of this video, Sabrina and Lana perform, I would say, a near identical heteropessimism. They use their similar branding of old Hollywood Americana to say things that their iconic white influences were never allowed to. And that's kind of the thing about heteropessimism. It's been felt for an indeterminable amount of time, but maybe only within the last few decades has it been acceptable to express so brazenly. And by the last few decades, I mean, maybe 1950 forward. Emma Madden, writing for Dazed, argues that Lana Del Rey is a primer for heterosexuality. Madden, who is a lesbian, previously had a hard time understanding her straight friends.
I actually find Lana Del Rey's choice of men so interesting as well, right? Like, the fact that she went off and married an alligator boat tour guide who is so rough around the edges, but you can probably see where it fits into her psychology a little, right? Where it's just like probably what you see is what you get kind of thing, maybe, but you never really know. You never really know. It's like
relationship. This friend simultaneously hated and loved her horrible boyfriend. And then Lana entered the public stage, precisely at a moment of pop feminism's resilience era. Her peers sang about overcoming nonsensical desire, Madden states. Del Rey's account of late heterosexuality in a late capitalist world were especially abhorred. But like Sabrina, Lana's just being honest. Her music taps into the leading question of straight women's lives today. Men are stupid and embarrassing. So why do I love them? Want to listen to some music? Too bad, they'll kill me for playing copyrighted material, so just imagine. I chose 3 albums from each artist that I think exemplifies their hetero-pessimistic image. Incidentally, for Lana, they're her first 3 albums. First 3.5. And for Sabrina, they're her latest 3. As is typical with hetero-pessimism, Lana's early work struggles between conflicting values. In Blue Jeans, love is mean and love hurts, which contradicts the truth of love, which is free from anger, domination, or pain. You can get philosophical about it. You can get Kafka-esque, but outside the poetics in the school of Bell.
By the way, remember that Taylor Swift is a huge fucking fan of Lana Del Rey. And Lana Del Rey has been ignored by most awards for the entire thing.
Carmaldio gifted a tier 1 sub to Heteroverload. They have given 56 gift subs in the channel.
Karma, thank you for the gifted sub. I'm very grateful.
Hooks, that is. Love is warm and regenerative. Still, this conflict clings to Lana throughout her artistic span. On the title...
Do you know what I think it is? I really do think when people perform love or what they think love is, that's when they get it wrong. And that's when you get these analyses. I think real love is rarer than people like to believe. And so a lot of the times you have people entering relationships that are companionship or, you know, intimate or whatever they are, but they don't necessarily fulfill an entire love. And so you get these issues.
Track for Ultraviolence, she pulls from the 1962 song He Hit Me and It Felt Like a Kiss by the Crystals. This song references the time the writers saw their babysitter covered in bruises. The story goes that the babysitter brushed off their concern and said that her boyfriend hits her because he loves her.
I think a lot of people make a choice to be partnered with somebody because of the societal pressures of having to partner with someone, or God forbid, the economic pressures of having to partner with someone, right? Like, you're not making the choice based on actual love.
This is categorically untrue. Anyone who abuses you physically, emotionally, or psychologically does not love you. This belief has been normalized by the cis heteropatriarchy. In Shades of Blue, Lana grieves how unfixable her man is, and how his love is neglect. Then, across 3 other songs on the album, she reinforces her simultaneous dismay with and allegiance to the failing relationship. Sabrina builds a similar world of anguish and devotion. Sometimes she even uses the same language as Lana. But ultimately, Sabrina's glamorous heteropessimism is more straightforward. In the title track for Emails I Can't Send, she writes directly to her father. Thanks to you.
Oh God. This was Sabrina before she got super famous. We might sing this one tonight because it's actually diabolical, because her father cheated on her mom and it literally fucked her up.
You, I Can't Love Right. indie code, and opposite, she speculates that the men she dates feels emasculated by her. Ever present is the same desire to stay committed to the issue. Jane Ward argues that heterosexuality is the only project in the world that isn't shut down, protested against, or revised in some form when it gets bad reviews. Asa Saracen agrees. Heteropessimism reveals something about the way we can remain secretly attached to the continuity of the very things we sincerely decry as toxic, boring, or broken. On Short and Sweet's last track, Sabrina sings, "I've heard all of the bad news and the bad reviews, but still, I choose to be in love with you." She repeats this sentiment on Nobody's Son, Goodbye, Such a Funny Way, Slim Pickens, and Sugar Talking. This is why her last two albums have kind of flopped in my house. It's so monotonous. But I think that's the point. And clearly it's relatable to some.
It's just, Sabrina is, she's a very good writer, but she is also writing to be accessible, right? I don't think she's writing at the, I do think Lana Del Rey writes at a more high art level. And it's not to say that Sabrina Carpenter's art isn't high art, but it is far more radio playable in a lot of ways, just from the way that it's written.
Someone. In Lie to Girls,
and the package that it's put in, right? It's just fun.
Sabrina sings, "Isn't ideal, but damn, you don't even have to try. It's lucky for you I'm just like my mother and my sisters, all my friends, the girl outside the strip club getting her tarot cards read. Girls will cry and girls will lie and girls will do it till they die for you." Does the ubiquity of this feeling mean it's immutable? Does empowerment and unshackling from men only exist in a Lizzo song, as Madden wrote in their Dazed article? What are we supposed to do? Jane Ward argues that the solution that's sold to us is usually just the poison that made us sick in the first place, now in a glittery, pretty package. For more than a century, heterosexual couples were understood to be repulsed by each other, and seemed to even resent their expected union. Dr. William Robinson, writing in 1922, argued that heterosexual people aren't as naturally happy as the propaganda says they are. In fact, he uses words like delusion and resentment, disgust, mutual ill will, desire for injury, and daily suffering. He's a straight flag truther. That is, he too thinks heteropatriarchal marriage is like a prison, especially for women. A cohort of Western sexologists, social reformers, and eugenicists also noticed this conflict. And in the late 1800s into the early 1900s, they decided that they were going to build heterosexual love from the ground up. Not because they believe in the divine nature of Adam and Eve or because they care about people's happiness or anything. No. They just had their own agenda. Reinforcing heterosexuality as a project was a way to reinforce the white supremacist eugenics movement, which was also cis-heteropatriarchal in nature. The experts wanted to build stronger bonds between white men and white women, something that white feminists would later regurgitate. Give me love, and I'll give you race loyalty, or something like that. We can see this agenda in the very advice given to heterosexual couples. It refuses to name the core issue of het misery, which was the cis-heteropatriarchy, and by refusing to name it, they failed to fix it. Experts recognize men's disinterest and violence toward women, and women's resentment and fear of men as fundamental obstacles for straight relationships, and consequently, they produced an industry designed to train men and women to like each other, without undermining men's authority or challenging the basic logic of the
I'm a cool girl. What do you mean? I love being a cool girl. I'm so chill and down to earth and so cool and chill and like, yeah, God, no, yeah.
Gender binary. Billions of dollars has since been made off the teachings of the heterosexual repair industry. Feminine hygiene guides of both today and yesteryear promote the importance of bathing.
You gotta keep in mind, Kelsop, with these videos, they're not here to be fully agreed with. That's not the point. I use these videos as entertainment and then to spur off my own thinking. At least that's how I go about it. Like, I wouldn't say that I sit here necessarily agree with everything, or that I try to apply everything in this video to my own life or anything like that.
Shaving, plucking, smoothing, and even frying the body to achieve desirability. Best-selling books. Man, whatever. Best-selling books added to the binary essentialism and
Act like a lady, think like a man. Immediately no. Dude, it's so funny though, because I have been through this, right? I was so worried about being taken seriously earlier that like I would never dress feminine. Like it bothered me so much. I was like, oh no, you are not allowed to perceive me in any sort of feminine way. Even though I was still super femme. Because I don't know, I've always been super feminine. But like the clothes I would wear and stuff, it would just be like, no. You are not allowed to believe, no.
inherent in such works as Edward Podolsky's Marriage Commandments, which we read earlier. They reassert that men are from Mars and women from Venus, that women and men have completely different brains, and that, yes, they hate each other, but ultimately they need each other. They'll just have to numb themselves or harden themselves or stop being themselves to be loved. The hetero repair industry is its own flavor of hetero pessimism.
Do you know, I also want to put in that I do think a lot of people get into relationships so young that they actually don't have a solid identity of their own, so they don't even know who is being loved, right? Because the person doesn't exist. You haven't formed yourself. Like, and it really depends on what your path looks like, because you don't actually know, right? Some people form an identity a lot faster than others. For me, I would say it was pretty slow. And I am pretty sure, like, if you fall in love really young, you are kind of loved for the way that you love. Maybe you're funny and then you grow together and sometimes it works out so beautifully, right? But I think if you are lucky enough to fall in love when you are older, it is because you have taken the time to form an identity, and that identity is somewhat more fixed. So falling in love and making a choice for a partnership at that point is something entirely different, because someone can love you if they look at your identity and go, wow, that is something that person has worked on. I love them. And it's not just they love you because of the way you love them. They actually love you as a person because of the identity that you have formed, not for how you can serve them.
It takes the dangers of the cis heteropatriarchy and it eroticizes them. Ward argues that each of these interventions set the stage for straight culture's emergence as the romantic arm of misogyny, where in the delicate coexistence of hate and love, the slap and the kiss would come to represent the heteroerotic. In other words, straight culture has decided that pessimism and terror is its identity. The dislike, dissatisfaction, complaint, and witnessing by others is part of the heteroromantic ritual, Ward adds. When we wonder, do straights even like each other? We're asking kind of the wrong questions. Kind of. What we should be concerned about is what makes people believe that suffering through dull, unsatisfying, or one-sided relationships make...
Yeah, and you know what you can't do, Harborside? You can't perform forever. It's just not possible. You are who you are. What you do when no one is looking is who you are. And it is incredibly difficult and requires a huge level of vulnerability to be who you actually are in front of another person. But also it's somebody you become more comfortable with over time. It's interesting though, right? Because like there have been so many instances, not really so many, but definitely a few instances in my life where I have performed a version of myself because I thought it was what somebody wanted. And it's nice to be desired or seen for the performance. And it's hard to get to the point where you have built yourself up enough and you're comfortable enough with even like your flaws to be vulnerable in front of another person. Oh man, I didn't want to hear this right now, but I needed to hear this. Hey, dang, I'm late. This looks like a good topic. Hey, PBN. It's been really good, actually. Yeah, trouble is, I think you lose bits of yourself along the way, but you also gain bits of yourself along the way. But you have to be able to provide your own solid identity. I don't have flaws. Oh, I do. I do. Sometimes I'm accidentally passive aggressive, even though I don't even know how to do it. But also I can tell you that like most of my days that I've spent by myself, when nobody has seen any of them, like I do not make lifestyle content because I am convinced that it would be such a trap for me. But like today, even when I was cooking, no one was looking. I didn't post it anywhere other than Discord after. And I was watering my plants. I had music on. I was having a good fucking time. And it's only because that is something that now it's just naturally a part of who I am as a person. One could say you wear your flaws on your sleeve. Hey, no, here I am perceived as perfect. What? Absolutely not. Shush. Repent.
Them a valuable person who taught them that to love is to struggle. So much so that when straight people post about their anniversaries on social media, it's become normal to say things like, "We have been through so much together."
Oh my god, yeah. Sometimes these anniversary posts give me the biggest fucking ick. Like, it's either I love you with my whole heart, but not like the anniversary.
Wallet gifted a tier 1 sub to Perfectly Flawed.
Wallet.
They have given 1,108 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you for the gifted sub to Perfectly Flawed. That's me. The posts where it's like, oh, we've been through so much, like when you cheated on me, and you know, and even though we hate each other sometimes, you know, we've really stuck together through it all. Like, oh my god, guys, stop it.
Ups, downs, really bad traumatic downs, but you're
Yeah, but that's fine. Snoring or chatty and like that. No, the snoring's something different. You know what's crazy? Like, you can get fucked. Hold on. No, I can't smell fire. I thought I could smell fire for a second there. Oh my god, do I have a brain tumor? Am I dying? Did I just smell burnt toast? Do I have an aneurysm? Chat? I think it's fine. I think we're okay. Do you know what's really funny? When I think of snoring, like if there is the only times that I have heard a man snoring next to me, it's kind of comforting. Like, what do you mean you're asleep next to me? That's so comforting. Like and like snoring can get a little bit annoying over time. And in that case, I'm not even opposed to separate bedrooms sometimes, right? But I don't know. I think it can be I think like if it's not like it's not like you want to punch him in the face, right? It's that, oh, no, I love that about you. Weird. Oh no, if it's like sleep apnea, no, if it's like a cute little snore, it's like, right, that's fine. If it's sleep apnea, go get a fucking sleep test and get a fucking CPAP mask or deal with your fucking airway. Do myofascial exercises to make sure your tongue posture is better.
still here sometimes. And I am so grateful. Suffering, toiling for love becomes a badge of honor. Marked by sacrifice, misery, and failure along the way, the journey towards heterosexual happiness, to be found with the elusive good man, remains the journey. People cannot be rescued from forms of suffering that they themselves relate to as badges of honor. Conclusion. Goodbye. Wait, don't kill yourself yet. If you feel repulsed by now, or you've entered a state of existential dread, know that this is by design. The patriarchal institution of heterosexuality is simultaneously boring and repulsive. That's because it wants to seem normal, unquestionable, much like whiteness. Also that it can quietly exterminate its opposition. The trans French scholar, Paul Preciado, once wrote, "It doesn't excite me. It doesn't interest me. The grotesque and murderous aesthetics of necropolitical heterosexuality turns my stomach." When Jane Ward said that we can't rescue people from this condition, she didn't mean that the cis-hetero patriarchy is infallible. It means that if we continue to uphold a system that is trying to kill us because we think it's going to trickle down and give us salvation, we'll
So, Prem, I think that's a really interesting sentence. We'll discuss it. It's an interesting, because I think it's cope. It's that you really want something and you can't have it, right? And so that it's just the cope along the way.
never be able to do shit. We will never be able to dismantle that system. By all means, have fun, have a good time on the internet. It's all we have left sometimes. We can ooh and ah at the aesthetics of Sabrina Carpenter. We can joke online about how men can be pretty terrible sometimes. But we also have to be so fucking for real. We are grown fucking adults. We need to stop numbing ourselves and we need to become active.
I'm so fucking glad that this is where she's ending this.
Pessimism and the various internet shorthands may be easy to digest, and the point behind them may be true. But why not just speak clearly? I mean, that's what really gets me. Just say the thing. Are you a girl's girl? Or are you a feminist? Do you hate men and wish you were gay? Or do you declare war on the system that breadcrumbs all of us below it and sucks off the ruling class above us? I mean, one is a soothing agent that
I think you should just find a way to make you feel empowered for you.
allows you to look
Whatever
away
it
while you're
is.
claiming to still be present. And the other is a fucking manifesto. Making these kinds of videos was funny the first 5 years, but the time to grow up was fucking forever ago, guys. Ward argues that we must redefine heterosexuality, expand its basic ingredients to include more, not less, attachment and identification between women and men. One must be a feminist, she argues, and men's sense of being sexually orientated towards women must signal, as it does for most lesbians, an acute interest and an investment in women's lives and accomplishments. To be into women, one must be for women. You can
And that is where the interest lies.
start by examining your history of attraction. What do you like about your orientation? What do you like about the opposite gender? When did you first realize you were straight? This is the same sentiment Bell Hooks gave men who are looking to escape the
Again, it was Stuart Little. Anyway,
patriarchy. You should look backward, trace your history. Ward goes on, learn
romance was made by unsatisfied wives. Romance was always a construct of women. No. No. I disagree.
to relate to your heterosexuality as a cultivated desire of which you are agent, rather than victim.
I think I really do think that there are men out there that want to be romantic as well. And like, no, I think you can go back very far into history and see versions of romance that existed between men and women, not just unsatisfied wives, right? Maybe like a very surface level, performative level of romance was designed in that way, but like there are ways to be romantic that you haven't even. Being romantic is just thinking about someone and then doing something that they will find intoxicating. That's what romance is.
Victim or passive recipient. Pierced through the fantasy we're sold about the natural ease and happiness of heterosexuality, and instead learn to recognize the structural and cultural conditions that have produced but also stunted your heterosexuality. A lot of people reject the effort of change because they think that it's giving too much energy to people who hate them, or worse, people who are indifferent towards them. For example, every time I make a video about the patriarchy and I dare talk about men in it, even for a small part of the video, a group of women gather in my comments to call me man-centered and a pick-me, because doing that is easier than reading from intersectional feminists, I guess. I wish you could crawl into my head without the risk of killing me, just so you could see how laughable it is to call me man-centered.
You must think about that one again.
Stupid.
I talk about this stuff because I want to. It's fun. I know I'm not PBS or anything, but I've gotten comments saying that I've opened people's eyes to this stuff. If I thought that everyone who benefits from my oppression was inherently unchangeable or doomed to a life of upholding that system of harm, I would stop talking about the patriarchy altogether. And I would also stop making videos about white supremacy. I would entirely ignore the white women who watch me and who, on occasion, have been patriarchal and racist towards me. Okay. Y'all don't like.
Not me, not me, not me, not me, not me. I am a white woman, huge fan. And that's not me trying to be a pick-me white woman. You're so smart. And I see your videos are so aesthetic. Just fuck. Okay?
To talk about that, do you? This work has to be consensual. Some of us have to be willing to put in a certain amount of effort, online and offline, and some of us have to be willing to listen. As Bell Hooks wrote, we can guide, instruct,
PBN, maybe it's too easy to lose faith recently. That's the whole point of this video. That's the hetero-pessimism that this video is about. The losing faith in people's intentions and life experiences because of so many different
observe
things.
And share information and skills, but we cannot do for people what they must do for themselves.
I
To
know,
the straights,
you came in late.
I see you and I hear you. Love is love. It's okay to be straight. I am your ally. This is your sign to dump your terrible boyfriend if it's safe for you to do so, and everyone, men, women, and chaotic enemies of the state like me, feminism now.
That's fucking great. I'm so glad we watched that. I haven't done a double react in a while. That was fucking great. What do you mean? I need to go get a wine glass because I'm gonna have a wine because I can, because of who I am as a person. That's Shansphere. I already linked it, but I'll link it again for you. Everybody go to town, like, comment, subscribe, go to her Patreon, and I will be right back. This is a full-blown house deposit, so I literally had to turn the air conditioning off because it's way too cold now. I'm freezing. Did she touch on the commercialization of love? I mean, the commercialization of love is just for people who don't think deeply enough and just want to do it in some sort of performative way, right? Oh, it's a weird temperature outside, isn't it, Kelsop? Like it's kind of humid and warm and not cold. And the way that we've been taught love should fall within particular boundaries, 100%. I can it how you define love is how you go about improving the life of another person. And the reality is it should be mutual. And directly specific to two people. Because how two people experience love is not something that can necessarily be recreated between another two people. Anyway, happy Thursday, everybody. It's my Friday. I'm taking tomorrow off. And then I'm back Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. You're welcome. But you're perfect. How could we ever improve you? Well, for just $5 a month, I will be able to buy lipstick, gin, and spells. And if you're one of my favorites, I'll let you in on the good spells. Do you have a favorite wine? I just go in and I buy something around like the $15 to $25 mark and hope for the best. There is a favorite wine that I do have. It's from a women-owned. I can't remember what it's called. Something Bones. Oh, Landa, thank you for gifting Tamsin.
Landa 486 gifted a tier 1 sub to Tamsin Wood.
Thank you so much. Yeah, for a while I would look back at previous relationships and think that wasn't love, this is, but now I think it was just different. I don't know. I feel like I will only ever be able to give. You can only speak from your own experience. I know I experienced young love, but I also I definitely know I did not know who I was when I experienced that. But it doesn't mean I wasn't loved, and it doesn't mean that I didn't love. Like when I experienced my first heartbreak, I thought I was gonna fucking die. So I assume like that was definitely love, because my first heartbreak, my body, I literally could have died. It felt that deep. So, but again, just because that was my experience, that's not going to be other people's experience of the way they go through the world. Like there's so many different things that can happen to you, you know, like I was not somebody who received male attention, even slightly. Oh God. Oh God, my neighbors are biting. Like I just didn't. Like when I was younger, I didn't experience male attention, so it's not something that like that's part of the story and how it went. There were definitely like unreciprocated crushes that existed. You know, it's just different, and then it changes so much of who you are depending on what your experience is. And also, it's how you treat it. Well, strong emotions are available to you, Harvestside, but what happens as you get older is you dull them a little bit, and you have to actually do so much work to feel them in a strong way again, because your body is cognizant of the fact that you will experience pain if you choose to feel deep emotions, and so your body sometimes tries to stop you doing that. But if you can get to an intellectual place where you understand that feeling things deeply is a privilege, and you can handle the hurt if it happens, and not fall into the trap of, oh, well, I will avoid all pain by avoiding all feeling at all, then you can, I mean, you can move through that. But also, again, this is only where I'm at in my journey right now. I don't know what it looks like. I'll get back to you when I'm like 65. If we make it that far. I mean, Calsop, if you look at people these days, a lot of people don't know how to handle the extreme emotions that come with existing right now. That's why there are so many antidepressants. It's why so many people are in therapy. It's, and our engagements with other people are difficult to handle. Haverside, that's rude. I mean, I am wearing pearls. I do know I probably look 60 today, but fuck. Cheers. Fine. God damn it. Of course, Simone de Beauvoir is controversial. Most philosophers are. But that is also okay. Hi, Miggy. The pearls are nice, a look of sophistication. Honestly, I'm wearing them because well, they're my grandma's. And I am of the opinion, right, that when you get things like this, they're supposed to be worn. They're not supposed to sit in a box. Like the things that I have in my life are meant to be used. They're not just supposed to, go in the box and then be put away and for me to just have. No, the things that you have in your life, they're meant to be used.
Unrelated, attempting to get back to regular flossing. Though floss should stay in a box.
Fuck. My neighbor is still fucking slamming the fucking door over and over again. Fucking freak. Backos, proud of you. Definitely floss. Just once a day. We've done Max already, Harborside, yeah. I just wanted to check if my neighbor had messaged me, but she hasn't, so cool. Hi, Childrew. I don't mean to feel like I've been aggressive. I felt like I don't deserve to be someone that is emotionally okay. I've had my head bashed in, but I just want to give women what I feel. I don't understand. Clunt, can you explain that a little bit more? Also, Backos, thank you so much for the $20. I'm very grateful. Clump means the love you might feel for someone. I think one of the hardest things that we have as human beings is that we want to be seen quickly. And I think that's what stops a lot of relationships forming, because if you don't have outlets, or you haven't kind of oftentimes if you sense a romantic inclination for someone who is receptive, you can go a little hard and dump on them a little quickly, and then they can run. I would say I feel like that happens online a bit to people. I think if you get comfortable with occasionally just being misunderstood, it's potentially a better way to be. Like, if somebody misunderstands you, if they like you, it doesn't matter if they misunderstand you. Like, you can be misunderstood sometimes, and you can sit in the misunderstandings for a little bit, and you can clarify when you have the time, but like, you don't always have to over explain everything. Yeah, but Zap, it's also very uncomfortable, right? Because I don't want to brag, but it's kind of easier for me because I'm a streamer, right? I have to be constantly comfortable with being misunderstood because I am expressing myself live in front of you all constantly. And people are going to have an image of me in their head that in some cases isn't true. Other streamers are going to have an image of me in their head that sometimes isn't true. They are going to have the information that they've seen, the little bits and pieces, and that is going to be their understanding of who I am as a person. And so I have had to learn to constantly sit in this liminal space of knowing that people perceive me in all sorts of different ways. Some of them may be true, some of them may be not true. And well, oh well. Anita, that's really nice. And I mean, Evan, that is a really neurodivergent experience as well, right? Because people who are neurodivergent experience rejection sensitivity. So the minute you feel like somebody has misunderstood you, your immediate thought is to be like, oh my God, they've misunderstood me. They now hate me. Oh, I need to push them away because they hate me now and I hate them. So fuck them. They're an awful person. I fucking hate them. And that's a spiral that happens to a lot of neurodivergent people, and they often end up quite insular because you can't break the rejection sensitivity cycle. Lol, Harvard. I think I wanted to express that I'm open for a relationship, but I feel like I'm doing something wrong. But I also want to hang out with people that understand my neurodivergence, but all of it hurts. I mean, yes, but a lot of growth can happen where it hurts. It's really hard to suggest therapy because it's just so inaccessible. It's not about being open for a relationship. It's about learning to connect with other people in the best way that you know how, and to keep trying if you want to. I feel like that's more the neurotypical problem. They need to do better. I think that's cope. That's a real us v them mentality. And I don't think that's a thing. Like, yes, neurotypical people suck. Neurodivergent people sometimes suck too. And I don't think you can use being neurodivergent as an excuse for that, right? Because you just, no matter what, even if you choose to unmask your entire personality, you have to learn how to navigate social situations or you avoid them. That's your options, and neither is wrong. If you want to avoid them, that is also fine. If that is the more comfortable choice for you, that is fine. But also, you are just stuck navigating them no matter what, because that's what it is to be human, unless you move out and you become a hermit. I honestly think friendship is the best basis for any relationship, even if it doesn't go further. Having friends is a great thing and shouldn't be looked at as a bad thing. I have very few friends and consider myself very lucky for the people that do understand me, even if there are misunderstandings. I mean, I had like at least 2 autistic moments at dinner last night. And all my friends, they just laughed. It was funny. It's fine. It's not even a big deal because other people had them as well. Because I've surrounded myself with other neurodivergent people. Well, neuroduality has gotten out of pocket. I just don't think you can be like, one person is at fault. Yes, the world is not built for neurodivergent people. That is true. But the reality is you can't be like, well, fuck, it's on them to make it easier for us. Like, yes, there are neurodivergent people that need a lot of support, but the reality is most of us are not going to get it. Especially if you have any sort of functioning in you. Not any sort of functioning, that's not good language. But if you're able to move through the world, you are just going to continue to have to make choices which allow you to continue learning human interaction and navigating social situations. I mean, no, Sin, I completely agree with you. The only way I learn is because I got drunk at the same bar. Lots of weekends for 2 years. Oh, Vox, I don't think you're broken either. Absolutely, I don't think you're broken. But what you can learn is that they bend the rules for themselves all the time. You can learn from that. You can bend your own rules that you've created, the stringent ones that you've created for yourself, because we do that. We create our own imaginary rules about our experience in the world and how we navigate it and what is and isn't right and what is and isn't true. And you can bend those too. Oh, I can't change my mood. There are some days where I'm just sitting in a mood, Evan. It doesn't happen all that often now, but it is very hard to change your mood. But I would suggest just dancing. Dancing is how I change my mood. Like if I'm really moody, I literally put some terrible pop song on and I just dance. And no one's watching and it looks stupid. I'm sure I look stupid. And then if I'm still in the mood, I just sit back down on the couch, put the blanket over me and find something else to watch. But I will always try a little dance. And sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. Gets the blood flowing, you're listening to music, you feel a little silly. And then you're like, living isn't so bad, I suppose. Chat song requests are open if you want them, by the way, from now on. I won't go straight into singing, but the requests are there. Hi, my puggies. Cozy Raccoon, you're fine. I hope you have a good night. Oh, Vox, you're allowed to say vulnerable and potentially ugly things. You're mostly anonymous on the internet. If there's any way you can say vulnerable and potentially ugly things, it's right here. Oh, Kelsop, that's so nice. Why can't I pin this? I don't know. Why can't you pin it? I have a day off tomorrow and no idea what to do. Can we brainstorm things to do? Is your living space clean? Oh, there we go. Oh no, my Poggy's Tasty had to do it. What the fuck? If I had a perfect day off, what would I do? If I had money and I wanted a perfect day off, I would wake up and I would take Pixel for a walk and I would get a coffee and then I would... What would I do then? I'd probably get ready and then I would probably try and find somewhere to go thrifting or exploring or trinket shopping. And then I would find somewhere really yummy for like brunch lunch. And then I would probably spend the afternoon at a spa. And then I would come home, get ready, go out to dinner, and then probably watch a movie. And that would be just a really nice little day off. It's Melbourne Comedy Festival. You can see a show. I could go see a show as well. That would be fun. I've seen one. I went and saw one with Ruby and Matt and Kira. I mean, I would take a friend shopping. But I never really thought I would be in a position to say this, but I am not seeking any friends. And that's the hardest thing because for so long in my life, I didn't have friends. But now I have friends and my plate my plate is full. I give out all the love that I have to give. Like I really do. Yeah, I give it all out. I don't I can't, and it feels kind of bitchy sometimes because, you know, there's definitely room for acquaintances and stuff, but when I think about my weeks and who I talk to and the emotional labor of the people that I put effort into, my plate is full. I'm a Gemini, Anita. I think it's smart to know your limits. I mean, they're just very obvious limits. I mean, there's always room for a wider community. For sure. And I don't want to say never, but Clint, I'm really glad I could help you in that way. Like, I get it. I really do. It can be really hard to be a person sometimes. it depends on what you value as well, right? Like, I value a significant amount of depth in a lot of my relationships. So, in order to maintain a level of depth, that is effort. And in order for there to be effort, there needs to be time. And there is only so much time in a day. And that being said, like, I talk to my sister every day and my mom. And even when my dad's in the country, I talk to my dad too. Like, that's 40 minutes of phone calls right there. What is depth? Well, I guess it's intimacy in this case. It's like knowing things. I literally care about what happens in the people around me, their lives, and not on a surface level. Like, I care about them. Sometimes you even talk to your mods. Sometimes I do. And to be fair, I also sit here yapping at least 4 hours a day, basically. I am such a yapper. The yapping is super yappy when you think about it. I'm both a professional yapper and a personal yapper. There's just a lot of yapping. What wine did you get? This one is a Shiraz Sanguine 2024 Progeny Shiraz. You want to bite the wine glass? Shit. Just want to say from the sidelines that even though I've had nothing to add tonight, I really value the space you enable for these discussions. Stop. Chat, don't. You can keep complimenting me. My ego is loving it. It's always funny. Sometimes my favorite streams like these ones are the ones that I feel like go the worst. You could search the world and never find such good goop.
I've been encountering my limits on and off for several years now, but those limits have been both expanded and made more acceptable from the wisdom and insight I have encountered through your channel and community. As usual, with usual being an insignificant expression of my grasp and thanks for what you do here, and the courage and humility you always show. Hats off to your particular version of such a brave, human and feminine take on reality.
Fuck. That's so fucking nice. What the fuck? 92 months, sneaky tier 3, and that? Happy Thursday to you too. Welcome on in. I feel like the start of the stream was a little rough, but the conversations we had in the latter half were really good. Yeah, so there are some days that I really enjoy my job. There really are. Even if, we are at risk of a nuke at all times. But okay, whatever. My teeth are gonna go brown drinking Shiraz, or red. That's gonna be fine. Oh god, not the flashbang. Oh, you guys. because this song was mentioned in the video, we'll start with this. Requests are open if you want them. Or you can give me money for no reason at all. That's always an option. But I'm gonna sing you some songs for probably like an hour. I wonder if this song is gonna, we'll see how it goes. Oh no, but how good is Artemis? It's times like these, wish I had a time machine so I could see what you did October 13th and 10:15. Were you really asleep? Were you lying to me and the family? There's no us in us when I'm lacking trust. You wanna discuss, you discuss me. Don't make me cuss you out. Why'd you let me down? Don't say sorry now. And thanks to you, I can love right. I get nice guys and villainize them. Read their texts like they're having sex right now. Scared I'll find out that it's true. And if I do, then I blame you for every worst that I assume. When I'm 45, someone calls me their wife and he fucks our lives on one selfish night. Don't think I'll find forgiveness as fast as mom did. And God, I love you, but you're such a dipshit. Please fucking fix this, 'cause you were all I looked up to. Now I can't even look at you. I know, I cried over that too.
Life of a Showgirl.
Oh, I would like to sing that. It's because of the pearls, isn't it, my poggies?
Disco 2000.
You had this stuck in your head all morning? Her name was Kitty. Made her money being pretty and witty. They gave her the keys to the city. Then they said she didn't do it legitly. Oh, I bought a ticket. She's dancing in a goddess and fishnets. 50 in the cash, 0 missteps. Looking back, I guess it was kismet. I waited by the stage door, packed in with the autograph, Alan's bugging her name, and glowing at the end of a cigarette while she came out. I said, you live in my dream. And she said to me, hey, thank you for the lovely bouquet. You're sweeter than a peach, but you don't know the life of a showgirl, babe. And you're never ever gonna wait. The more you play, the more that you pay. You're softer than a kitten, and you don't know the life of a showgirl, babe. And you're never gonna wanna. She was a menace, the baby of the family in Lennox. Her father rode around like old men did. Her mother took pills and played tennis. So she waited by the stage door as the club promoter arrived. She said, I'd sell my soul to have a taste of a magnificent life that's all mine. But that's not what showgirls get. They leave us for dead. Hey, thank you for the lovely bouquet. You're sweeter than a peach, but you don't know the life of a showgirl, babe. And you're never ever gonna wait. The more you play, the more that you pay. You're softer than a kitten, so you don't know the life of a showgirl, babe. and you're never gonna wanna. I took her pearls of wisdom, hung them from my neck. I paid my dues with every bruise, I knew what to expect. You wanna take escape on the ice inside my veins. They ripped me up like clothes slashes, then threw me away. And all the headshots on the walls of the dance hall are all of the bitches who wish I'd hurry up and die. But I'm immortal now, baby dolls. I couldn't if I tried, so I say thank you for the lovely bouquet. I'm married to the hustle and now I know the life of a showgirl, babe. And I'll never know another pain, hidden by the lips again. There's sequence of forever and now I know the life of a showgirl, babe. Wouldn't have it any other way. Have it any other way. Hey kitty, thank you for the lovely bouquet. Now I make my money being pretty and witty. Thank you for the lovely bouquet. It's just a banger. I don't know what to tell you. It took Taylor Swift songs take at least 3 listens for every song, and then all of a sudden it's in the back of your head. It's hypnotism. I don't know what it is. There's drugs in the song, and you know it.
Like, I could not tell you the last time I paid for anything.
Sort of Alive Learn. My favorite Artemis 2 launch video was to this song. Had me in tears and a strange feeling of hope. Don't Stop Me Now by Queen.
I would love to sing that for you. Captain Artemis. Oh, it just feels like hope, doesn't it? Like, what do you mean we could be a space-faring civilization if we didn't fucking blow each other up and hate each other and... We just have to like each other and be good to one another. That's... Fuck, man. Anyway. This one is for making toast, if I remember how the song goes. Which... maybe I will? I remember-ish. Oh, we were born within an hour of each other. Our mother said we could be sister and brother. Your name is Deborah, Deborah. It never suited ya. And they said that when we grew up we get married and never split up. Oh, we never did it. Although I often thought of it. Oh, Deborah, do you recall? Your house was very small, with wood chip on the wall. When I came round to call, you didn't notice me at all. And I said, let's all meet up in the year 2000. Won't it be strange when we're all fully grown? Be there 2 o'clock. Find the family down the road. I never knew that you'd get married. I would be living down here on my own, on a damp and lonely Thursday years ago. The first girl at school to get breasts, and Martin said that you were the best. Oh, the boys all loved ya, but I was a mess. I had to watch him try, get you undressed. We were friends, that was as far as it went. I used to walk you home sometimes when it meant, oh, it meant nothing to ya. you were so popular. Deborah, do you recall? Your house was very small, with wood chip on the wall. When I came round to call, you didn't notice me at all. And I said, let's all meet up in the year 2000. Won't it be strange when we're all fully grown? Be there at 2 o'clock by the fountain down the road. I never knew that you'd get married. I would be living down here on my own in the damp and lonely Thursday years ago. Oh yeah. Now Deborah, do you recall? Your house was very small, with wood chip on the wall. And when I came round to call, you didn't notice me at all. And I said, let's all meet up in the year 2000. Won't it be strange when we're all fully grown? Be there at 2 o'clock by the fountain down the road. I never knew that you'd get married. I would be living down here on my own. Lonely Thursday years ago. What are you doing Sunday, baby? Would you like to come and meet me, maybe? You can even bring your baby out. Oh, what are you doing Sunday, baby? Would you like to come and meet me? Okay, I got a little crazy with it at the end, but oh well. Hi Transit, enjoy your lurk. Kerbal Post program, very on theme. Very on theme. Captain Artemis, thank you for this request. I would love to sing it. Love the neck tattoo. You mean this one? Thanks, Shadow Mage. It's my sleeve. Well, my half sleeve. My extended half sleeve. Oh shit. Hold on. Wow, that's a lot of roses. Tonight I'm gonna have myself a real good time. I feel alive, and the world, I'll turn it inside out. Yeah, I'm floating around in ecstasy, so don't stop me now. Don't stop me, 'cause I'm having a good time, having a good. I'm a shooting star leaping through the sky like a tiger, defying the laws of gravity. I'm a racing car passing by like Lady Godiva. I'm gonna go, go, go. There's no stopping me. I'm burning through the sky, yeah. 200 degrees, that's why they call me Mr. Fahrenheit. I'm traveling at the speed of light. I wanna make a supersonic man out of you. Don't stop me now, I'm having such a good time. I'm having a ball. Don't stop me now if you wanna have a good time. Just give me a call. Don't stop, 'cause I'm having a good time. Don't stop, 'cause I'm having a good time. I don't wanna stop it all. I'm a rocket ship on my way to Mars, on a collision course. I'm a satellite. I'm out of control. I'm a sex machine ready to reload, like an atom bomb about to explode. I'm burning through the sky, yeah, 200 degrees, that's why they call me Mr. Fahrenheit. I'm traveling at the speed of light, I wanna make a supersonic woman of you. Don't stop me, don't stop me, don't stop me, hey, hey. Don't stop me, ooh, ooh, ooh. Don't stop me, have a good time, don't stop me, woo! I'm burning through the sky, yeah, 200 degrees, that's why they call me Mr. Fahrenheit. I'm traveling at the speed of light, I wanna make a supersonic man out of you. Don't stop me now, I'm having such a good time, I'm having a ball. Don't stop me now if you wanna have a good time, just give me a call. Don't stop me 'cause I'm having a good time. Don't stop 'cause I'm having a good time. Don't wanna stop it all. Da 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 da. My dad loves that song. When I was living with my dad, I had to listen to him play Queen literally every day.
Tears, subcap.
I would love to sing Tears for you. I don't know, was Brian May an astrophysicist? I get wet at the thought of you, being a responsible guy, treating me like you're supposed to do. Tears run down my eyes. A little initiative can go a very, very long way. Baby, just do the dishes, I'll give you what you want. A little communication, yes, that's my idea for play. Assemble a chair from Ikea, I'm like, I get wet at the thought of you, being a responsible guy, so responsible, treating me like you're supposed to do, tears run down my eyes. A little respect for women can get you very, very far. Remembering how to use your phone gets me oh so hot. Considering I have feelings, I'm like, why are my clothes still on? Offering to do anything, I'm like, oh my god. I get wet at the thought of you, being a responsible guy, treating me like you're supposed to do. Tears run down my thighs. I get wet at the thought of you, being a responsible guy, treating me like you're supposed to do. Tears run down my thighs. Oh, Sleek. Thank you for the Sabrina request, Amundo.
Escapism.
I would love to sing this one. I hope you have a good day, Linda. You're very welcome. Thank you so much for your continued support. You're so kind. Sleazing and teasing, I'm sitting on them all, and my diamonds are dripping on them. I met him at the bar, it's 12 or something. I ordered 2 more wines, cause tonight I want him. A little context if you care to listen. I find myself in a shit position. The man that I love set me down last night, and I told me that it's over, dumb decision. And I don't wanna feel how my heart is ripping. In fact, I don't wanna feel, so I stick to sipping. I'm out of town with a simple mission. In my little black dress, and the shit is sitting. Heartbroke bitch, high heels, 6-inch in the back of the nightclub, sipping champagne. I don't trust any of these bitches I'm with. The back of the taxi, sniffing cocaine. Drunk calls, drunk texts, drunk tears, drunk sex. Just looking for a man who was on the same page. Now it's back to the intro, back to the bar, to the Bentley, to the hotel, to my always. Cause I don't wanna feel how I did last night. I don't wanna feel how I did last night. Doctor, doctor, anything please. Doctor, doctor, have mercy on me. Take this pain away. You're asking me my symptoms. Doctor, I don't wanna feel. Blowing the steam back to the waves like it's 2019. Now 24 hours since my ex did dead it. Got a new man on me, it's about to get sweaty. Last night really was the cherry on the cake. Been some dark days lately, I'm finding it crippling. Excuse my state, I'm hot as your hopes. Make it to my bed, got me hot and sizzling. If I take a step back to see the glass half full, at least the part of 2-piece that I'm tripping in. And I'm already acting like a dick, know what I mean? So you might as well stick it in. Heartbroke bitch, high heels, 6-inch in the back book. Sipping champagne, I don't trust any of these bitches I'm with. The back of the nightclub, sipping drunk calls, drunk texts, drunk tears, drunk sex. Looking for a man who was on the same page. Now it's back to the intro, back to the bar, the Bentley. Cause I don't wanna feel how I did last night. I don't wanna feel how I did last night. Doctor, doctor, anything please. Doctor, doctor, have mercy on me. Take this pain away. You're asking me my symptoms. Doctor, I don't wanna feel. Cause I don't wanna feel like I did last night. I don't wanna feel like I felt last night. Be at peace with the things that you can't change. I'll be naked when I leave. I was naked when I came. Out of reach, out of touch, too numb, I don't feel no way. Toast up, so what? Street small, but it goes both ways, so you run. Yeah, but you'll never escape. Sunset in the maze. Doctor, I don't wanna feel. I don't wanna feel how I did last night. I don't wanna feel how I did last night. Anything please, doctor, doctor, have mercy on me. You're asking me my symptoms. Doctor, I don't wanna feel. I don't wanna feel how I did last night. I don't wanna feel how I did last night. I don't wanna feel how I did last night. Smudged like modern art. I don't know where the fuck I am. Just driving the fucking car, spinning down the highway, sipping, mixing pills with the liquor. Cause fuck these feelings. I left everyone I love on red, spilling secrets to the stranger in my bed. I remember nothing, so there's nothing to regret other than this 4/4 kick drum pounding in my head. Hello. Arista? In Vino Veritas? Yeah, it's Thursday. It's my Friday. My puggies, you are very welcome. Human nature is strange. I know you're bad for me, and I never feel rage, at least not so easily. Has addiction come for me? I don't smoke cigarettes, don't do things I'll regret, don't move, swing shoulder beds, but baby, with you, that's just how I get. I have every bit of you, every awful corner, biting more than I can chew, just so I feel warmer. What a greedy, hungry horror am I? I don't smoke cigarettes, don't do things I'll regret, don't mood swing shoulder bends, don't cut strings to attach to, just some far sought silhouette, a journey that I'll one day dread. I'm caught up in the web, I'm blinded by you, that's just how I guess. And that's just how I guess. I don't smoke cigarettes, don't do things I'll regret, don't move, swing shoulder beds, but baby, with you, that's just how I guess.
By the way, Leve absolutely smokes cigarettes sometimes. She might have quit, but she used to smoke. I'm gonna promote so many unhealthy habits as the world continues to end. Like, I could not tell you the last time I paid for anything.
A slightly different request here. A live learn. Bonus if anyone recognizes the artist and what major Australian film she was at once by Lenka.
Fuck me, okay?
Boy!
Turn back time.
I would love to sing that. And I would like
Never
to sing
getting
that
laid.
too.
What a mixed bag. Hi, Babster. Okay, I think I can do this. Well, it won't be perfect, but I think I can do a version. What do you mean, Clint? You're not a pain in the ass. You're fine. Oh, yeah, I can turn it down. I know. It's just, honestly, everybody kept saying that my audio was too quiet. It's fully turned up in OBS, and like it is just above, it's slightly above the 0, but that's because everybody keeps telling me it's too quiet. My stream is too quiet. So I understand. I just, yeah, if that's okay. I just, there's really, I don't know what you want me to do about it. Yeah, when I lower it, it's too quiet. So yeah, anniversary, cheap life lens coming up soon. As sly as a fox, as strong as an ox, as fast as a hare, as brave as a bear, as free as a bird, as neat as a word, as quiet as a mouse, as big as a house. As mean as a wolf, as sharp as a tooth, as deep as a bite, as dark as the night, as sweet as a song, as right as a wrong, as long as a road, as ugly as a toad, as pretty as a picture hanging from a picture, strong like a family, strong as I wanna be, bright as day, and light as play, as hard as nails, as grand as a whale. As warm as the sun, as silly as fun, as cool as a tree, as scary as the sea, as hot as fire, as cold as ice, sweet as sugar and and everything nice, as old as time, as straight as a line, as royal as a queen, as buzzed as a bee, as stealth as a tiger, smooth as a glider, pure as a melody, pure as I wanna be. All I wanna be. Is it that bad to the untrained ear though? Like I do know you know what you're doing, Clint. Did I get it pretty kind of I think I got it kind of close, at least a little bit. I thank you for adding it to the list, Famis. And it wasn't the most difficult of live learns either, which I'm always very grateful for. Give me time to reason. Give me time to think it through. Passing through the seasons where I cheated you. I will always have a cross to wear, but the boat reminds me I was there. So give me strength to face this test of mine. If only I could turn back time. If only I had said what I still hide. If only I could turn back time, I would stay for the night, for the night. Claim your right to science. Claim your right to see the truth. Though my pangs of conscience will drill a hole in you. I seen it coming like a thief in the night. I seen it coming from the flashing light. So give me strength to face this test of mine. If only I could turn back time. If only I had said what I still hide. If only I could turn back time, I would stay. I've got the key change. Clint, I know you'd be. I know your work. I understand. The boat reminds me I was there. If only I could turn back time. If only I had said what I still hide. If only I could turn back time, I would stay for the night. If only I could turn back time. If only I had said what I still hide. If only I could turn back time, I would stay for the night. If only I could. If only I could.
Thank you, Anonymous. Well, you know who you are. Yeah. This is a full-blown house deposit. So,
Soul.
Legend, thank you for the 95 months. That's an awfully long time. Hetero optimism. Oh, you gotta do it. And you can trademark it. You can have hetero optimism. This is an awfully late hour for you. Daylight savings changed back. So tonight I actually started at regular time. I started just after 6:30 and I've gone an hour longer because I'm under the impression Joe is going to start streaming and, well, I want Joe to be a really good streamer. So I would like to raid into her if she's going live. And so I'm still here. Legend. What do you mean you have a first badge? I'm so happy you're here. We were so happy, why not mix it up? I'm so at peace, yeah, I can't drink enough. No way to know just who you're thinking of. I just wish you didn't have a mind that could flip like a switch, that could wander and drift to a neighboring bitch. When just the other night you said you'd meet me, what gives? How did it come to this? Boy, I know where you live. And baby, I'm not angry, love you just the same. I just hope you get agoraphobia someday. And all your days are sunny from your window pane. I wish you a lifetime full of happiness and a forever of never getting late. I think this schedule could be very nice. Call up the boys and crack a Miller Lite. Watch the fight. Us girls are fun but stressful, am I right? Am I right? You got a right hand anyway. Was when we called it quits. I was so confident till the thought of it hit. That any given night you could be using your lips on a girl with big tits. Boy, I know where you live. Baby, I'm not angry, love you just the same. I just hope you get agoraphobia someday. And all your days are sunny from your window pane. Wish you a lifetime full of happiness and a forever of never getting late. Forever. Forever of never getting late. At the end of the rainbow, I hope you find a good whole lot of nothing, 'cause you're still inside. And abstinence is just a state of mind. Mapuggies, thank you for that banger of a request. I feel like I've really fallen into like my usual songs. I feel like I haven't stepped out. Do you know what I mean? Because it's hard to think sometimes. No, that is not a monkey paw wish. I don't want requests. I'm talking about in my own head. Is what I'm talking about. Let's see if I remember this one. I don't know if I do. Cherry pick lines like they were you. Don't remember it. Lily Allen's new. I know you're not the sharpest tool in the shed. We had sex, met your best friends. Then a bird flies by and you forget. I don't hear a word till your guilt creeps in. On a Tuesday, send a soft hey, as if you really don't recall the time we were going right, then you took a left me with a lot of shit to second guess I wasted another year on wondering if that was casual, then I'm an idiot. I'm looking for an answer in between the lines, lying to yourself that you think you're fine. You're confused and I'm upset, but we never talk about it. We never talk about it. We never talk about it. All the silence just makes it worse, really, 'cause it leaves you so top of mind for me. All the silence is just your strategy, 'cause it leaves you so top of mind for me. Found God at your ex's house, always made sure the phone was face down. Seems like overnight I'm just a bitch you hate now. Get your me open up the area. I forgot this bit of the song. We were going right, then you took a left me with a lot of shit to second guess I wasted another year on wondering if that was casual, then I'm an idiot. I'm looking for an answer in between the lines, lying to yourself if you think we're fine. You're confused and I'm upset, but we never talk about it. 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 Found God at your ex's house, always made sure that the phone was face down. Seems like overnight I'm just a bitch you hate now. I'll sing one more. Um, I remember when that meant 10 more during the pandemic. I was pretty crazy then, wasn't I? And that's it. I am on late tonight. There's a dog going off barking. God, Pixel's been good since I medicated. My poor baby. She just needed some pain relief, my poor sweet angel. I just feel bad. I know I've just got to give it to her, but every time I give her a medicine, never mind, whatever. It's fine. I found a new lump on her, by the way. Which sucks a little bit. No, don't bark. It's most likely just another fatty lump because she's a dog that's getting older, right? But it still sucks because it's just an obvious. Do you know what I mean? It's just an obvious depiction, it's just an obvious depiction of her getting older because she's had two for a while. She's got one on her chest and one on her side, but they move around, but it just sucks. Do you know what? I want to try this again, even though I don't know how to sing it. Oh, I do my best. Oh, it doesn't matter, Clump, for tonight, but I know, I've seen it. It's hard to balance all the time. Why are we mentioning it again now for the last song though? At some point, if you want to fix it, we can fix it. Not while I'm live though. I just can't be bothered. That's all. And if my sound being unbalanced, do you know what I mean? Every track is a different volume. It's tricky. Every song, sorry. I'm just not going to do it live. Must be that you want me so much that you don't have the words. Keep me far from friends and family. Baby, that's just one of your quirks. And if the distance makes you fonder, I'm flattered by the distance you see. Yeah, you know just how to thrill me. Oh, honey, how you kill me. You have such a funny way of saying I love you. Forgetting me more every day. It gets me every time. When I call you but you're not replying, oh, I'm sure you're busy 'cause you're trying to show me I'm the girl you long for every day. You're such a funny way.
contact me again. And what a strange coincidence, your grandma died and died again. And I would send condolences if one of my phone calls would just go through. Kill me in many ways, you do. My baby, you have such a funny way of saying I love you. Forgetting evil every day, it gets me every time. When I call you but you're not replying, oh, I'm sure you're busy 'cause you're trying to show me I'm the girl you long for every day. You're such a funny way. It's funny you're out drinking, funny I'm at home, funny everybody knows something that I don't. Funny how I do this every single time. So funny that I have to laugh just so I don't cry. Just so I don't cry. You have such a funny way of saying I love you. You have such a funny way. You have such a funny way. Funny you're out drinking, funny I'm at home. God damn it. Okay, I am gonna rate Ari. Yes, chat, my anniversary is coming up. I don't know what day I'm gonna do it yet, but I'll try and give you some notice. You know, we'll have wings goals, maybe a Freerin cosplay goal too. And then live lens will be cheap. I'll make them maybe $30. Should we get you a castle? Please. I would really like one. Castle, presents, gifted subs, you know, all the usual. Maybe a video game bribe. I literally just sent you a message about that. Perfect. On the weekend, I'll try and do it on a weekend. For sure. Chat, I'm not here tomorrow. I'm going to take a day off, but then I'm going to do Saturday, Sunday, Monday. And then I'll probably take Tuesday, Wednesday off or something like that. Or just Tuesday. I don't know. We'll see. But my intention is to do Saturday, Sunday, Monday. And my intention is for Saturday and Sunday to be more of day streams. And then Monday to be a nighttime stream. Not this weekend. It would be next weekend. Be good to yourselves, everyone. I will see you on Saturday. Bye-bye.